Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse to donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
That was weird.
Cross cam.
That did that for you guys too?
Yeah.
Wow. Good thing I'm wearing pants on the No Pants podcast. Welcome back. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, as you heard, is Random 11.
Hello.
And Reese.
Oh, God.
Okay then.
Someone call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna move this. So
Oh,
dear God.
Christ.
You play the Jesus intro when an exorcist occurs when you're host? Come on. Oh, okay, so it's still screen sharing this one, even though I moved it. Okay, that works. I'll take it. All right, yeah. So I got the I brought my monitors down from upstairs, mainly because I'm working on Stable Diffusion merch that I wanted to be able to strategically point away from the opening of the pod. A very not safe for work things happening for the merch I will be providing for you in the near future, I hope. Anyway, yeah, let's jump right in. So let's do this. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to head over to the Patreon. That is a great way to support us because the Patreon only takes 5% of our earnings, whereas Super Chats take 30%. I did the math on it. Now, granted, yes, this looks really bad. I bought a 8 terabyte hard drive to back up the episodes of the podcast on because they're getting to be quite large, and they're on my other laptop. And yeah, I need to be able to back them up and move them over here and all that stuff. So I just added that to the thing, as well as the cable I'm using to reach all the way down here for the Ethernet and the spool and everything. So yeah, that looks a little bad, but I did some math and I was figuring out if no additional expenses came into the podcast, but we got a $5 super chat every single week, it would take us 39 years to catch up to become profitable. However, if instead we had 4 people giving us $5 a month in Patreon, that would catch us up a full 11 years sooner Okay? So I'm just saying, if you were looking for a way to support the OCA podcast, the Patreon is a really good way to do it because it's consistent. We have a better ability to predict what our operating, margins are going to be looking like, and lower fees, which means that we can, your dollar goes further. Now, obviously, if you think to yourself, too much work, I don't want to create an account on Patreon, I don't want to connect my bank card, I'm already ready to do, YouTube super chats. I'm not going to say don't give us money. That'd be stupid. So you can still do that. I'm just advocating that if you did feel the urge to go the extra mile, Patreon's a good way to do that. Alternatively, for perhaps an even smaller fee, you could just donate directly to us via PayPal. You can do a per month or once if you'd like. Either way, up to you. It helps out the show. Now, there's also the Anime Collector Patreon. This provides me funding for edited content, such as first impressions videos, which I've taken a bit of a hiatus on because I'm watching ReZero Season 2 trying to get caught up. But in the future, these are coming. Anyway, you can also get yourself a Tenga. There is no better gift for other people. Definitely these, the cat Tenga. All right, moving on. Sales pitch over. Holy shit, that was rough. All right, let's talk about Gay Month. Did you guys know it's Gay Month?
Apparently.
Good. Okay, great. I'm glad you're still here. All right, let me pull up the comments over here too so I can see them when they come up. All right, so I saw this and I just felt like, oh God, we have to cover this. It is Gay Month after all. A Los Angeles neighborhood is removing the no U-turn and no cruising signs because they were deemed offensive to the LGBTQ community. Okay.
That just sounds retarded.
I think I understand how they could be offended by no U-turn. Where I was like, there's no going back. I was born this way. Right. Something of that effect, right? I don't understand the cruising one though. So what do you guys think?
What do we know what the no cruising sign looks like?
I don't even know. Let's see if they show us.
I'm Googling it. It's just words. Just the words no cruising. I have no clue. People have lost their goddamn minds.
Yeah. Now people are going to be making U-turns and causing all sorts of accidents. Like, there's a reason those no U-turn signs were up.
The level of brain cells I just lost might make it hard to finish this podcast. I got to bring the rest of you down to my level, or else we aren't going to prepare to lose some brain cells. This is the gayest thing I have ever heard. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Can you hear it?
No.
Fucking idiot over here screen sharing without audio twice. God damn idiot. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Yeah, shit.
Hello, Kotuti. Dude, where is it? Okay, hold on. Let me put this over here real quick. So when you screen share with audio, you have to screen share the specific tab And when you have 50 billion tabs, it can be difficult to find it. Hopefully this works, though. Okay, cool. That worked. All right, you guys ready to hear?
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
What?
Is this like a swiper, no swiping scenario?
I'm pretty sure traffic signs are meant for traffic purposes and not gay, anti-gay agendas that don't exist.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand how.
I mean, completely devil's advocate here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were on a one-way road, and it said no U-turn
from midnight to 6 a.m.
And it was a joke. That's my and then it was a joke against the gay people, and then now they want to take it down because it's a one-way road and it would never be allowed to turn around.
I doubt it,
that's
considering
my only
Fountain Avenue's this way and Hyperion Avenue's that way. It doesn't seem possible.
I'm grasping at straws here, man.
Yeah, I don't even understand. Holy shit, man. I don't even understand how you could interpret it specifically as, first of all, like, to stop people in the gay community from meeting up with other gays.
This is like saying stop signs are white oppression.
Right. Like, are we talking doing? Is this, yeah, this was basically a swiper no swiping moment. Is also because of certain ladies of the night. Okay, so I'm just saying, like swiper no swiping in the sense that, like, oh, it's stopping gays from meeting up with each other. So, like, you're talking about like a sexual rendezvous on the street. Is that what? I don't understand. We haven't even read the article. I got to get through this.
I was also surprised that these these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, they seem a little. Okay, it's just no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to profile gay people, it's so important that we have these removed.
Why are gay people wanting to
signs
do
were put up after the gay community began to grow and because there was a gay bar.
Someone explain
in that area.
this.
Wait.
Put up after the gay community began to grow and because there was a gay bar in that area.
What does that mean?
How?
I'm confused.
How the fuck? Does that make any goddamn sense? All right, let's read this article. This is like, what a way to start the show. All right, there we go. All right, who wrote this?
No byline. They were too ashamed. There is no byline.
Did Libby Emmons write this? Libby, answer my questions. The last two no U-turn signs remind us.
Hannah Nightingale.
Okay. Oh, there. I see it. Yeah. Remind us of that troubled past that we have here in this neighborhood. Okay. The Los Angeles neighborhood has removed a number of no U-turn signs from the streets after claims that the signs targeted the LGBTQ community in the area. According to NBC4, no cruising and prohibited U-turn signs were installed in a Silver Lake neighborhood in 1997 after neighbors reportedly complained about gay men in residential areas outside gay bars looking for dates. The no cruising. Okay. All right. Cruising must mean driving below the speed limit through the neighborhood, right? Cruising's like where you're basically your foot's not on the gas but it's also not on the break. And you're just kind of like, any gays around here? Like, anybody looking to get lucky tonight? I'm guessing that's my most charitable interpretation of this. So according to NBC4, no cruising and prohibited U-turn signs were installed in a Silver Lake neighborhood in 1997 after neighbors reportedly complained about gay men in residential areas outside gay bars looking for dates. The no cruising signs were removed after a vote in 2011 by the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, and some of the no U-turn signs have remained up since. Quote, I was also surprised that these U-turn signs were still up, and at first they seem a little, oh, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it, please get me a book out of the fucking library that will learn me some history so that I may understand the very real legal reasoning given for this and not some grand delusion. Hello, Green Line. Welcome.
Oh, hi. I wish I would have known about this ahead of time, but
well, maybe if someone paid attention.
I was taking a shower. I have routines on Sundays, man. Like, I gotta fucking get ready.
You're doing your diligence by washing his balls.
We need to get a podcast signal, like the bat signal. When Green Line gets in his shower, I connect to it with Wi-Fi and it goes bum bum. No time for a long shower.
Yeah.
You're needed in the bat pod.
What would be our symbol? Like a no pants sign?
It's just a giant dick.
I guess so. But apparently I didn't miss much except for the gayness, the Pride fucking month.
Yeah. Oh God, I can't see the thing. There it is. Okay.
What is hold on, wait. The sign would also stop straight rendezvous 11.
Rendezvous 11? No. I think you meant random 11 because E is nowhere near that letter. Never mind.
I'm confused.
Yeah. So anyway, but when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to profile gay people, it is so important. Profile them in what? Did the police gay bash them? These were used to profile gay people. It's so important that we have these removed, said drag queen Silver Lake neighborhood council member, maybe a girl. Are you fucking shitting me? Oh, God.
There's the reason I changed your name.
I didn't miss pickups, did I?
No, you didn't.
Okay. So I'm going to just step away from... Oh, geez. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured as much. I was like, 20 minutes in, they're still covering this bullshit, aren't they? I'm going to step away for just a few seconds to make my camera presentable. So.
Cool. So,
did you hear my exclamation? Like, what is that name?
Oh.
When that one person was talking, maybe a girl.
I couldn't see it because it was behind my laptop on the other screen when I was doing it before. Okay. All right. So the Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Raymond, whose district includes part of Silver Lake, said she had heard about the remaining signs in a podcast here. God. I like the idea that we convince the gays that the speed limit signs are oppressive to them. And then I don't have to get pulled over for speeding on my way to work anymore. This is a good idea. You heard it here on this podcast. Speeding signs are racist and homophobic. The podcast mentioned that there had been no cruising signs along Hyperion that had been removed in 2011, but that 9 signs still remained on Griffith Park Boulevard. Our very own Silver Lake constituent, Donovan Daughtry, heard the episode, and in May of 2022, he reached out to the Silver Lake field deputy at the time. Rama? Who the fuck is Rama? Is this Raymond? Rama said that after months of bureaucratic process, she collaborated with council member Hugo Soto Martinez's office, whose district includes other portions of Silver Lake. Jesus, Hannah. Fired. Silver Lake. To remove the remaining signs. Soto Martinez said, quote, "For me, growing up in South Central Los Angeles, cruising had a very different meaning. It usually meant folks in their lowriders or their cars, a lot of hip-hop music, just going up and down Crenshaw Boulevard. But here in Silver Lake, cruising, of course, meant something very different. It meant an opportunity for the LGBT community to try to find human connection and intimacy and to be able to express themselves in a society at the time that was not very welcoming to the LGBT community." So, I mean, obviously not.
If you're
not gay.
straight cruising,
Mhm.
you're not. That's not
Can't do
allowed.
that
But if
either.
you're cruising to be gay, you're allowed.
No, but it's funny
What the
because it's
heck?
like I'm not a member of the gay community, so I don't quite understand. But do you go to gay bars with a date, or is the purpose of going there to pick up someone and take them back to your banging bus?
Do not defile
Your
the bang bus
stripping
name
shack.
this way. How dare you?
I still don't get it. Like, it still seems like a reach to me. The gay bar is right there. Like, I don't get it.
Well, when they get kicked out of the gay bar and they got to go to the next gay bar, they got to cruise around town for a little bit to.
If you're getting kicked out of the gay bar, maybe you're the problem.
I would never admit that. No bet.
And they're drunk driving, so that's why they got to pull a U-turn when they pass the next
Look, man,
gay
I
bar, and they
prefer
realize.
if you're drunk driving, I prefer that you're cruising. The last two no U-turn signs remind us of that troubled past that we have here in this neighborhood. Wow. Okay, that's great. Let me. What's this? Sorry for the misinformation. The last stream, Assassin's Creed Revelation. Oh, okay. Covered the first three, not Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I could be wrong, but I think that's what you said. Or do you mean it's okay? You mean that Assassin's Creed Revelation covered the last three, not Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Okay, I get it. I thought you were saying it doesn't cover Brotherhood, but you had mistakenly said that Brotherhood is the one that covers the first three. Gotcha. Also, I'm anti-Patreon. I probably do subscribe star. Okay. Well,
so
I'll have to set
wait,
that
what did I miss about Assassin's Creed? Sorry, I just got back.
Last podcast, the Cool 2T was telling us that if I wanted to get into it, I could just start with Brotherhood because it covers the first three, the storylines of the first three games. He's correcting and saying it's actually Revelation that does that, not Brotherhood. Okay. Does that make sense?
So for me, I would say I would start with like Assassin's Creed 2, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm. Little Rock says, I wouldn't want to see people cruising around my area. I would think they're stalking or looking for someone. The U-turn is silly. There must be a safety reason for it and not because of having a certain sexual preference. I know, right? 69 miles per hour is suppression. 69 miles per hour shirt when. Next podcast. That's an easy one. No pickup sign would make more sense. The pickup signal. No pickups. Oh, you mean no pickups as in like.
No pickups.
Okay, you mean like a sign that says no pickups. Like. Okay, yeah. I mean, it'll be a really good sign that you could convince me is anti-gay is if it said no homos, homosexuality restricted area or something like that.
No.
Anyway, that was a rough...
turns only.
Right. All right. No sodomy here. Okay, anyway. New AI deepfake porn bill would require big tech to police and remove images. Once again, we live in a world where the sensitive snowflake, controlling people need to get in everybody's way from progress and innovation in order to ban and make things more complicated that otherwise should be simple and fun. So, sorry here, Washington. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are scrambling to address the boom in deepfake artificial intelligence pornographic images, which have targeted everyone from celebrities to high school students. Well, not just the deepfakes. What about the cheap fakes? That's the real crime in Washington that they want to stop. Those crafty cheap fakes of Joe Biden freezing on stage and falling downstairs and off his bike. Now, a new bill will seek to hold social media companies accountable for policing and removing deep fake porn images published on their sites. So this is like, oh, we're finally getting around to handling that Taylor Swift thing. Is that what's going on here? It seems like that's actually what's happening here. Senator Ted Cruz is the bill's main sponsor. Fuck you, Ted Cruz. Cruz is off. Look, if anything, deepfake porn should be encouraged. Because if you use AI to generate porn, then that's one less woman actually generating porn. Ted Cruz, you played yourself. Cruz's office provided CNBC with exclusive details about the bill. The Take It Down Act would also require social media platform operators to develop a process for removing the images within 48 hours of receiving a valid request from a victim. Additionally, the sites would also have to make a reasonable effort to remove any other copies of the images, including ones shared in private groups. The task of enforcing these new rules would fall to the Federal Trade Commission, which regulates consumer protection rules. Cruz's legislation would be formally introduced on Tuesday by a bipartisan group of senators. They will be joined in the Capitol by victims of deepfake porn, including high school students. I mean, that's some sophisticated bullying, if you ask me. I mean, I guess I'd have to see this deepfake porn to determine whether or not it was actually sophisticated, because it could just be clip art of a person's face stuck on somebody else's body. I don't know. The rise of non-consensual AI-generated images have impacted celebrities like Taylor Swift, politicians like Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and high school students whose classmates have taken images of their face and using apps and AI tools created nude or pornographic photos. By creating a level playing field at the federal level and putting the responsibility on websites. Can I help you? What do you need? What?
Can you when you're done, can you let me know?
Yeah, I'll let you know when you're asleep. Can you close this for me? Thank you. Jesus. Dad, let me know when you're done. All right, what, do you need to use the pod for something? Okay. All right. All right. By creating a level playing field at the federal level and putting the responsibility on websites to have in place procedures to remove these images, our bill will protect and empower all victims of this heinous crime. It's a crime? I'd like to see, I think you skipped a step here. I need to see the legislation surrounding that. Here's the dueling Senate bills. In 2023, producers of deepfake porn increased their output by 464% year over year, according to a report from Home Security Heroes. Yet while there is wide consensus in Congress about the need to address deepfake AI pornography, there is no agreement on how to do it. Instead, there are two competing bills in the Senate. Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat from Illinois, introduced a bipartisan bill earlier this year that would allow victims of non-consensual deepfakes to sue people who had held, created, possessed, or distributed the image. That's nuts. Somebody makes deepfake porn of some random, woman in the Midwest, it ends up on Reddit or someplace, and you save it. You've never seen this woman before. You don't know that it's a real person. You don't even know that this is like AI generated, and they get to sue you. Like this is like in California where they made it legal to knowingly transmit AIDS to people, and so now the byproduct of that is that there's like gay people are significantly more careful in having less casual sex, because now if you have sex in California, you might get AIDS, kind of thing. So now people are just going to be careful. They're never going to save porn, right? This is the real plan. Even that's not even freaking Ted Cruz's version. That's Dick Durbin's. Under Cruz's bill, deepfake AI porn is treated like extremely offensive online content, meaning social media companies would be responsible for moderating and removing the images. When Durbin tried to get a floor vote of his bill last week, Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican of Wyoming, blocked the bill, saying it was overly broad in scope and could stifle American technological innovation. Dick Durbin defended his bill, saying there is no liability under this proposed law for tech platforms. Lummis is one of the original co-sponsors on Cruz's bill, along with Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito and Democratic Senators Amy Klobuchar, Richard Blumenthal, and Jackie Rosen. The new bill also comes as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing his chamber to move on AI legislation. Last month, a task force on artificial intelligence released a roadmap on key AI issues, which included developing legislation to address the non-consensual distribution of intimate images and other harmful deepfakes. Wow. Don't like that.
Yeah, no, this is like idiotic. Do you guys remember back in the, was it 2008? Sarah Palin was running as VP, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people did parody porn videos of Sarah Palin. Would those be illegal? Like, no one's saying that's illegal.
Yeah,
Look, as far as I'm concerned, public figures are fair game.
Yeah, Lisa Ann would be sued.
Like they bring up Taylor Swift and AOC. It's like, as far as I'm concerned, those you should have zero grounds. You know,
like it's one thing if they're trying to pass it off as a real video. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can go after someone for like defamation in that kind of situation, right? But
yeah,
if it's clear that it's AI, what the hell are you like? If it's kids, well, that's a completely different issue. That's
yet,
already illegal.
Ironically, it is actually even greater of an argument for not banning it when it is kids, because if you are able to create stuff that previously required you to victimize a child to create,
well, I mean, it's already illegal.
Yeah.
Yes, but now you take the human being being victimized out of the equation. There's at least an argument to be made there that it's more moral. Like, I mean, let's say it's less immoral to go that route than it is to ban that, right? In that situation.
Yeah, I don't really see. Like, I understand your point.
Yes, it's fucked up. We're not condoning.
Nobody's saying it's not fucked up. Okay, just so we're 100% clear here. Nobody is saying it's not fucked up. I'm just saying that in an event where I had to choose between my kid getting molested or some guy on the internet finding a picture of one of my kids and using it to make his own spank bank material using AI, I prefer that one. That's all I'm saying.
In both cases, he goes to jail, though.
If he does show up on your porch, you still got the double barrel for him.
Yes. All right.
Anyway, so ignoring the kids thing, because it would be illegal already. Realistic depictions of children. Like, the only other situation that I could see this being at all useful to people are like for non-celebrity people having situations where people make videos or images of them. And then it comes down to, Well, there's already Photoshop, and you could just Photoshop images. Like no one, it takes 5 seconds to Photoshop a fake head onto someone.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about like these are some sophisticated, high schoolers. What I was saying before, but actually, if deep fake porn can be classified as, lazily cut out a picture in Photoshop and stuck it on the face of somebody else and did a shit ass job, then yeah, it's like in that situation, it's not exactly the same thing, is it?
And what if it's just an extremely talented artist rendition of this person naked?
Yeah, like what if you?
How do you tell
yourself?
it's not AI?
Yeah.
Like
one
so
thing
stupid.
I want to, if like they brought up like the track and see who downloaded it and see whoever downloaded it, held it, distributed it, whatever. If they had all the resources to do that, why aren't they going after actual CP?
Yeah,
in that same way.
And so I think in the next 5 years, so I often talk about the concept of NFTs, like it's being used in the most asinine way possible, but the actual technology behind it could theoretically be used for some very interesting things, including crediting artists so that when something using artwork that, like, for example, in the future, there could be a way where we do the podcast, we get views on YouTube, those views translate to revenue. That revenue then gets divided proportionately by how long we were screen sharing the article here and goes to this author. And then the money that goes to this author for this article is divided to this person who took this photo, right? Whoever this lady is, and you know what I mean? Like there are ways that this can be used in the blockchain in a very intelligent way that will eventually probably get to the oppressive sort of thing that Reese was just talking about, where eventually every type of image is going to contain a tag that is going to be trackable between who has seen it, where it's gone to, and everything, so that it will be possible to police this stuff to a greater degree, which is why I advocate to not police it, because again, and I'll take the stance on the whole like CP thing of, again, I'd rather have somebody using AI to generate it than procuring stuff generated by people who harmed kids, right? And shit, I totally lost my train of thought just now. Fuck, I was looking at my shirt because it's flickering for some reason. Why is my shirt doing that? Do you guys see that?
No.
You don't see that? Like it's like flicking, like light. It's getting lighter and then darker. Do you see that? You don't see that?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Anyway, what was I saying before though? Oh yeah, the policing, right? So
policing and NFTs and blockchains.
We are slowly building the prison around ourselves, or at least we're letting it be built by using. Now it's gone. What the fuck? Was it your VTuber thing that was causing my shirt to do that? Anyway, we're building.
I don't know.
We're stay focused. We're building a prison around society right now that is only the fuck. I'm taking a screenshot. Am I even still here?
I could hear you.
You are frozen now.
Okay.
Oh.
Now you're back.
Was it dark for you guys just a second ago?
It was frozen and then it went black
flicked.
screen and then back to
Okay, I took a screenshot of it. I was frozen and it looked like the lights got turned off in here. I don't even know where that screenshot would have come from. Like, did it? If anything, it only got brighter in here because I opened the freaking door for a moment. Anyway, yeah, so we're in the near future. I think that this stuff is going to get far more oppressive. And the crazy thing is, we're fucking going to war. Like, if we're about to go through like World War III here, and meanwhile, just like with World War I and II, where we like roll out taxation and stuff on income, we're going to see all sorts of wonderful, oppressive things get rolled out to keep us safe during a global conflict that are just never going to go away after the war is over. Anyway, all right, let's do pickups now that green line. Green line.
Yes,
the
green
pickup
line
signal.
is here. Yeah, the pickup signal. So I can't tell you how many podcasts ago that
Start with footnotes. Oh, I guess there's
well,
more.
yes, I have pickups. Sorry.
Can you not hear green line?
I can't. Is he talking?
I am.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
Yeah.
I thought, oh shit, it was me? Like, was it me?
It is really hot in here.
Wow.
Wow.
All right,
okay.
green line. You got. Do you have your pickups?
I do. So not last, but like several podcasts ago, I was fortunate enough to land Golden Boy. Thanks to
Holy
Reese.
shit.
Thanks to Reese, I was able to pick it up for a reasonable price. But now I got bit in the ass this time around because I wanted to pick up Cyborg 009. And guess what? It was sold out on Crunchyroll. And then I came to the realization it was really expensive everywhere else. So I looked in out of print section in our Discord, and sure enough, oh look, Cyborg 009 out of print. Fuck.
I really hope that's me.
Sideways. Like, dear God. So I made an offer for like one that was like $80. I was like, hey, can you take it down to like 70 or something? They kind of agreed. We met in the middle at like 75 or 75. And so I ended up paying like $80 total for this, which isn't bad. Like, there was some listings going for like over 100. So it was like, I still got it for like a reasonable price, but man, did I not pay attention to the out of print section, which I recommend you check out in our Discord. If you're curious when things go out of print, and you might need to pick those up quickly. Again, this could have been worse. I could have ended up paying over like $120 for it. I didn't. I just paid like 80 for 51 episodes, which isn't bad. But that's the only pickup that I've got. So.
All right. Well, I missed it, but I'll catch it on the on the back end. I'm glad to see that when I came back, you weren't a black screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Fundum picked up Digimon Adventure 2, the beginning. That's the movie we looked at last podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bobby Hill got some selfies printed. Yes. Love it. Oh no.
Cursed.
They just keep getting better. Reese, what do you got here? Is this a
so
Switch carrier?
I actually bought a couple of phone stands specifically for my phone, and there's a double pack. And these, I didn't realize it until I got them today, that my Switch works perfectly for them, and these are smaller and even better than the Switch stand that I got previously.
Oh.
And I paid less for both of them than I did for the original one.
Nice.
So, yeah.
All right. I guess that's it. Can you put the next podcast placeholder in there?
263.
All right. I really desperately need the floors to go back in my house because it is fucking hot in this pod now that we're entering summer. Let's see. Let's catch up on some chats real quick.
It looks like your light just went out again.
Yeah, I'm frozen. It's doing the same thing.
Huh.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's a good look for me. Oh, no, there it is. All right. This is going to be a fun night.
I got to step out and restart my computer.
All right. I'm gonna turn off Stable Diffusion because that is causing my computer to heat this place up even more. Where is terminal? Control C. Oh, wonderful. Closing that. All right, that'll work.
Well, we already have a sign called no hitchhiking.
Yeah. Oh, meaning like you don't need the other one we were suggesting.
For the no pickup sign.
Mm-hmm. Does this law cover lookalike actors and parodies, or is it just AI art? Right. So
that's what I was saying. Like,
yeah, because I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I'm sure we've looked at something, or like I'm aware of, like I have a weird deja vu thought on this topic where there is a adult actress who did a porn parody, and she looks so much like the character she's parodying that some people didn't realize it was actually a different actress because they look so similar.
That's my concern with the voice stuff. So, well, first with the looks, there's a TikToker who looks a lot like Taylor Swift, and she like is playing into it. She's purposely doing her hair and her makeup like Taylor Swift. If she did porn, would that that's clearly fine, right? No one's saying go after that.
Let's take it a step further. Let's say that you're a famous politician or a famous actress. You have a twin sister who does porn. Images from that person's porn start making their way on the internet and are attributed to being the politician or actress or whatever instead of the twin. Where does that sort of situation fall in line? You know, because it's one thing for a coincidence to occur. It's another thing for the person who looks like Taylor Swift, for example, to claim to be Taylor Swift while doing porn.
That would be different.
Right? That would be different
in my mind.
However, what if you don't? Like, so for example, after Bruce Lee died, there were a bunch of actors who tried to fill the vacuum, right? A bunch of Chinese actors. So there's a fuck ton of them. It's pretty pathetic and obvious that they're trying to fill the void because their names would be Dragon Lee or Bruce Lai, written L-I, right? And stuff like that. Like, and so you have people who come in and try to sort of fill that void. So if you had somebody, I don't know how Taylor Swift spells her name, but let's just say it's L-O-R, and then you come in and spell your name E-R or S-W-Y-F-T or something like that, right? Or even you don't, right? But you look enough like the person that somebody sees the image out of context somewhere and just assumes it's Taylor Swift and then starts sharing it like, look, Taylor Swift nudes leaked, you know, something like that. And then they get all over the place. And to the general public, they believe Taylor Swift's naked in these photos. But in actuality, it's somebody else who just looks like her, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It is a burden to be put on social media companies that won't be in that they will not be able to enforce to the degree required, because the people putting up the barriers don't actually understand how difficult it would be to police this stuff, that they just think they can sign a bill and snap their fingers and the problem is solved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that definitely seems good.
Yeah. I was just quickly going to say the same thing is happening with the voice stuff, right? People are putting in like, oh, you can't clone voices and stuff. That should be illegal. It's like, what if I just happen to like, it came up with the Drake songs, right? Oh, AI Drake songs, that should be illegal. And it's like, okay, it's one thing if you're saying it's an AI Drake song. It's another thing to be like, oh, this song just sounds like Drake. And then what if you just happen to sound like Drake? Like,
Mhm.
can you not? Are you not allowed to sound like Drake? What are you not allowed to sound like? Uh, Michael Jackson. Like,
Mhm.
these are voices,
Any
and it's
number of people with like really identifiable voices, you're going to find people on TikTok where their whole shtick is that they do impressions and they do them well. You
and
know,
if it's like not even just impressions. What if they just happen to sound that way? Like
Mhm.
in their normal like everyday talk.
For example, the amount of comments I have received on the channel that tell me that I sound like Jonah Hill for some reason, right? Like my normal speaking voice I don't hear it, but
I don't hear
apparently
it
a lot
either.
of people do. Like I've had numerous people say it in comments on the channel. So I don't know, but that's just an example, like you said, of like if you just happen to look or sound like somebody else, your existence becomes illegal under the retarded way that they're going about this, the
Yeah.
arbitrary, overly broad, unenforceable manner that they're attempting to relay
There
all this stuff.
there's a voice out there, and I highly doubt it's him. But it's a British voice, okay?
Mhm.
That sounds exactly like Total Biscuit. And
Okay.
I don't think Total Biscuit made an AI voice. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Now is it possible they actually trained on him? Maybe. I don't know. But is it also possible that they just both happen to have the same accent and kind of the, male-y voice, and
Mhm.
so it's easy for me to think that, oh, that sounds like Total Biscuit, you know? Like the idea that you can own a voice is so weird and stupid.
Mhm.
The politicians are responding to bad facts, right?
Mhm.
With bad law, and that's
Yeah.
a saying, right?
I mean, yes, and that's honestly the majority of legislation gets passed in that sort of way, where the people writing the laws don't even know what the problem is. They have a very loose and poor understanding of what the issue is, and so they actually aren't able to like solve the like if they were given the control, even they couldn't solve the problem because they don't understand the problem,
Yeah.
right? So now they're just saying, oh, social media company, you solved this problem that I don't even understand. Kind of, it's like that's sort of the situation they're putting everybody in. Let's see, we got more. Also, it's funny they aren't using law enforcement, just social media. How can you consent if it's not even you? True. Is this why Adobe changed the terms of service so they can enforce this?
No.
I don't think it is. I think I stand by my statement from the podcast where we covered Adobe's change. I think that they want to be able to train their AI on stuff you copy and paste into Photoshop and work on in Photoshop, so that they don't have to continue to pay for photographers who go out and take photos of all sorts of different things to sell in their Shutterstock style thing, especially because that venture, nobody needs to buy um, stock images anymore, right? If you can generate a stock image of exactly what you want, you can say in a red tie with striped and checkered pants, like you could just write whatever the fuck you want and you can generate it. Nobody needs to ever buy a stock image ever again. So that venture where Adobe spent all that money to accumulate stuff that they used to sell as a competitor to Shutterstock and those sorts of places is now not a viable, investment, because nobody needs to buy that shit anymore because they just use your trained generative AI. So now you have to switch up your business model so that you can still make money off of the assets you purchased, which are the stock images and whatnot, in a different way. And so it seems like that's what the terms of service was, that they're switching gears so that they can continue to train their models without having to invest more money. Because honestly, I think it costs them money to run all of this generative AI, significantly more than they'd like. And so they can either raise the price of the subscription, which honestly, the AI stuff should have been an upsell if they were smart. They would have made it, okay, you have access to Photoshop, all that stuff you love. That's $600 a year. If you want the AI integration, it's $1,000 a year. Something simple like that could have easily been what they should have done if they were smart. I'm glad they didn't, because I love getting the shit for what I'm already paying. But what they did instead was the generative AI. You use up credits that you accumulate monthly. And I've never run out of the credits, but I don't use it as much as somebody whose like entire job is like photo editing and whatnot. So I don't know. I don't think they changed their terms of service for that. AC is one of the few streamers that understands NFTs. Most others treat it like it just insulted their mother. Yeah. And the sad thing is that I don't think that it's ever going to be utilized for what it could be used for, because it's gotten such a bad name, which honestly might be a good thing in the long run. Or what they'll do is they'll rebrand it as something else, because the technology in it doesn't have to be called a non-fungible token. They could rebrand it as something else and it'll be the same thing. But because it's being used in a different way than selling a receipt to a picture of an image, a link to a picture of an image on the internet kind of thing, it'll probably get through without as much of a bad rap, you know. JC Vegas says it's hard to know if it's real or fake. It's like the Running Man movie. People will believe it's real, then it's fake. Okay, so it's like the Running Man movie. People will believe that that movie is real, then it's fake. So in the Running Man, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, the people believed. So forgive me. In this movie, is it not that there's a reality TV show deathmatch game called The Running Man? Is that correct? Is that the movie?
That's the movie.
Yeah. And so the idea is they believe it's real, but it was actually being set up for like throwing a fight sort of thing. Like people were being told to go down in the third round or something.
Well, from what I remember, no one was told to dive, because literally that would be you dying, but they did rig it against like you didn't really have a chance.
Yeah. That was the intention. They were trying to ensure that you would die for those reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
You getting a booty call there, Reese? Shirt looks fine. Not sure about the pants. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what that was. I wish I should have started screen recording. But my shirt was like blinking. Like it was blinking a lighter and then darker color. I don't know. And it wasn't like when I have like, you know, a blinking screen that's causing me to light up differently. It was just affecting the shirt. If it gets brighter, then the camera might be trying to compensate. So I thought what it might be is like, you know how like your phone has like infrared and it's constantly like every 3 seconds, it's like blasting out an infrared thing for the facial recognition and all that. I thought it was something like that at first, but I don't know. It's not doing it anymore, and that's all that really matters. I bought a Recca 7 Blu-ray on clearance. Nice. Now they're just describing Phoebe and Ursula and Friends. Ursula used Phoebe's name as a porn star name in an episode. It was really funny. Oh. Rock Lee, okay. They understand this is clearly just a porn ban. Call back to the podcast where I pointed out AC, similar voice to Charlie Day. Jonah Hill is a bit further off, yeah.
I've been told I sound like someone else too. I don't know who it was though.
You're talking about Lost Unit? I don't know about that. I tried to do the voices of DBZ characters, even did Optimus Prime before, and YouTube never copyrighted. Well, yeah. There's a scene. Yeah, there is a scene where Arnold is killed. He was alive the whole time. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. Anyway, we're caught up on chat. Let's get through this. So, KyoAni has confirmed an installation of a public mural in Uji by next month. So, the fuck? Remember those spines I was generating with the Stable Diffusion? Is that their statue? So it says this July 18th will mark the 5th anniversary of the arson attack on Kyoto Animation. In a post on Kyoto Animation's website, the studio stated it has confidence that the previously announced memorial statue will be finished on or before July 18, 2024, though the official public opening date for the monument has not been confirmed and will be revealed as soon as the preparations are complete. NHK showed the concept art. Hold on one second. What? Oh, it's over here. Haha. Okay. NHK showed the concept art of the statue back in March, which was designed by the studio and approved by the families of those who were lost. They approved that, huh? What are those fucking seagulls? What is this, a memorial to John Woo? Additionally, the studio once again asked fans to not visit the former Studio One site on the date of the incident, instead redirecting people to the newly built memorial at a public park inside Uji City. The public monument, which Kyoto Animation says will serve as a symbol to remember the incident and the prayer and support we received from all over the world, as well as our gratitude and prayers for everyone who perished in the incident, will be installed in the historical park of Tea and Uji Town in Uji City, just outside Uji Station. This location was chosen as Uji is the home of Kyoto this is the home city of Kyoto Animation. In light of the opening of the statue, Kyoto Animation has decided to not hold an online memorial this year as they have in previous years, instead asking fans to kindly watch over the monument warmly and quietly. As previously reported, a second memorial site will also be installed in the space where Studio One once stood. It will be a private memorial within a new building that will be used for business purposes by Kyoto Animation and not be open to the public. No other details have been shared about the private memorial, and we don't need to reread this because that's just recap. Okay. Anyway, hopefully that closes the door on this topic. That's been since 2019. We've been talking about it. All right. So you guys remember last podcast, we talked about, I think it was last podcast, we talked about the mayor in Japan who used an AI translation of his speaking to speak in English, and it surprised him. So Yuriko Koike, the governor of Tokyo, has released an official AI version of herself as she seeks re-election. So...
Oh, no. When are we going to get our first VTuber mayor?
Yeah, so she's using something like Heijen that clones you and creates, like, you basically just type in what you want it to say. It speaks in your voice, does probably generic mannerisms. I'm not sure if they actually base it off of your actual, like, you know, talking and stuff. But Japan is embracing it. Clearly.
This would be illegal in America.
Yeah, America frowns upon this. All of a sudden, your AI version of yourself takes its top off. Like, meanwhile, a completely. Can I get a baby on screen? Actually, let me preface with that. Speaking of, yeah, so. I need a small baby and then back to big baby real quick. Like, there you go. Okay, back. Okay. Tokyo governor candidate teams up with adult video actress to end nudity censorship laws. Meanwhile, in Japan, we're fighting restrictions on porn rather than imposing them.
Not all heroes wear capes.
All right, you can take the baby out.
Some heroes don't wear anything at all.
The lawless Tokyo gubernatorial election has been off to a wild start. So on the one hand, I love that Koike is embracing AI to get reelected. But on the other hand, I want Kawaii Joker to win instead because he's going to make mosaic censorship illegal. Perennial candidate Kawaii Yusuke is teaming up with adult video actress Sakurai Miyu to end nudity censorship laws and promote the importance of freedom of expression. Kawaii Yusuke was seen with Sakurai Miyu, who calls herself the world's most adventurous gyaru, putting up risque campaign posters featuring the model nearly naked. False. She is fully naked. It's just that there's censorship over her bits. The Tokyo governor candidate's white poster promotes freedom of expression while calling for an end to laws that censor nudity in Japan. The black poster is essentially a Japanese "we live in a society" meme that questions which is truly crazy, her or the messed up society we live in. Again, these posters that we're talking about are the black and white, right? Okay, she is almost not nude in that one. There you go. We go. Baby's still on screen, right?
No.
All right. So yes.
Now it is.
Okay, I meant the other baby, but all right. Sorry. Anyway, so she's putting the poster up. I guess we don't get to see it. There you go. So she's putting the poster up on the wall. However, after much disdain from the public for their hold on, I screwed up. I skipped something. I think right here. Okay. So Sakurai Miyu previously supported the Joker candidate Kawaii Yusuke when he dressed as the Mask to promote polygamy and fight against the declining birth rate in Japan. You can take the baby out of the screen. Okay, so I don't know how you're going to help the birth rate by mirroring a bunch of dudes. Because my gaydar is screaming right now. Girl in the middle might not be male, but you picked some real winners. All right. However, after much disdain from the public for their use of loopholes and making a mockery of the process, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department issued Kawaii a warning over violation of Tokyo's public nuisance prevention orders. No, the Japanese are stopping the porn too. Oh, goodbye. Controversial vigilante YouTuber Guts uploaded a video of himself helping remove the posters after Kawaii asked for help following the police warning. Guts said that while he understood that it was going against the freedom of expression offered through the process, he was only helping remove the sexy posters before the elementary school kids go to school. The fact that you crumbled it up and threw it away instead of neatly rolling it up and taking it home tells me that's a lie. Kawaii Yusuke responded to the warnings with a new poster, which he shared on Twitter, saying, quote, "Since I can no longer put up sexy posters of Sakurai Miyu, I will put this up instead. I vow to make Shibuya Ward into a cannabis special zone if I become governor. I will legalize cannabis and rename Shibuya Ward into Shabutani Ward."
Did we cover
the hero Gotham deserves?
Didn't we cover a thing that said Shibuya is like on the decline? Or maybe I just saw that somewhere.
Yeah, I mean Shibuya. Akihabara is on decline.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. But Shibuya and Akihabara, aren't they? Isn't the Shibuya crossing in Akihabara? Akihabara is like a sub prefecture, like it's within the Shibuya prefecture, isn't it?
I think they're around the same place.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Shibuya crossing is literally like in the center of Akihabara. Not sure. Anyway, In other political race news, Taiwan's most beautiful politician kicks Groper in balls during visit to Japan. Thanks Japanese police for response, says attacker wasn't Japanese. Well, holy shit. I wasn't expecting that. Last Saturday night, Chi-Ning Ho, unfortunate name, was walking outside Otsuka Station in Tokyo when a man holding an extra large canned highball in one hand and visibly intoxicated approached her. With steps stumbling and speech slurred, the man repeatedly called out in both Japanese and English to Ho, who was visiting Japan from Taiwan, and regardless of how many times she waved him off or changed the direction she was walking, he continued to follow her. Fuck, there's video of it too? Is it Johnny Somali? That'd be fucking hilarious. All right. Ho, who is a politician representing a district of the Taiwanese city of Hsinchu and known to some as Taiwan's most beautiful politician, then ducked into a bookstore. Still, the man continued to pursue her, even as she purposely walked a winding route around the store's aisles. Then, as Ho exited the store, the man grabbed her twice on the butt. Is there video of that too? And the kick to the balls? Wow. That didn't disappoint. I'm curious though. She was filming. Did she film herself kick him? Come on. Right here. Kick him. Ah, God damn it.
They can't show the violence.
Ho, who is a politician representing a district. I already read that, didn't I? Yes. Ho then contacted the police, who arrived on the scene and arrested the man. With the incident getting attention in both Japan and Taiwan, Ho posted an update to her Instagram account on June 18th, clarifying that the unpleasant experience hadn't soured her on Japan as a nation. According to Ho, the Groper is not a Japanese citizen, although she says that she has not confirmed what his nationality is, and added, quote, "Even though this happened to me in Japan, I have no ill will towards the country." She also expressed her gratitude to the Japanese police for apprehending the man and for providing an interpreter so that she could make her statement in her native language, and said she has every intention of visiting Japan again in the future. Okay, apparently she deleted her follow-up post. At the same time, Ho said the incident has served as a reminder for young female travelers to remain diligent when in an unfamiliar environment and to take precautions to protect themselves when help is not immediately available. All right, any thoughts?
No.
I think everything worked out the way it should. But with the knowledge that we have currently.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. This is a very unconventional podcast tonight. Every
night?
No, every once in a while we get to the point where there actually isn't a lot of news in terms of like pressing things I give a shit about to talk about. And so we're going to take an opportunity to just kind of clean up a little bit of the lagging behind tabs. So we're going to look at a couple things coming up, just basically all night tonight. And it's going to be a little different than normal. So embrace the suck. All right. Speaking of suck, blast them up. Is 4 days to go and seemingly no chance.
I don't think it's going to make it, guys.
Yeah. So if you are like me and want it to fail spectacularly, I invite you to continue to not fund it. All right. Also, Anime Matsuri announced that Vic is going to be, obviously he's going to be a guest, but he's also going to be judging the karaoke battle. So if you guys are interested and you're local to Texas, go check it out. And wouldn't you fucking know the weirdest timing? It's almost like the podcast is magic. There is an Akiba Maid War pop-up cafe running in Los Angeles from this coming Friday until July 28th. Like, that's unusual timing, right?
Are you gonna go?
Probably not.
You don't want to go be served by your maid? You don't want to be a master?
I just, if I wanted to be served by maids,
have your wife dress up?
Also need the I could get shot part of that, you know. Like, getting served by maids is enticing enough. You don't need to bring my life ending as a possibility into it to increase the thrill, you know? Yeah, so interestingly, it's being written in English. It's probably like Sentai doing it, right? And it is weirdly, simultaneously, an Akiba Maid War pop-up cafe, and also what is the thing called, the Oinky Doink, right?
Yeah.
Like, so simultaneously, it's trying to be both things. So it's like branded as Oinky Doink and Akiba Maid War, which kind of breaks the immersion, if you ask me. Anyway, it's a little strange. All right, I saw this. Frieren, Beyond Journey's End exhibit gives a full chance to walk through the Elf's adventure. This is very strange. Very strange. Because for some reason, Detective Conan is involved. I'm not, who knows why, right? So yeah, you can just kind of walk through it. You can see random stuff.
It's not my stuff.
And then, of course, the most important thing that you want to do, not that, take a selfie with your mask on. Okay. This part, you get to be the mimic sitter. Apparently there's more. All right. Cool. Secret identity J-pop singer Otto to hold a handshake event with surreal setup to hide her face. Next time I describe a glory hole, I'm going to just call it a surreal setup, right? Like, that's what this is. Fans have never seen Otto's face, and that won't change even after they shake her hand. You don't fucking know. Could be a guy in there. Right? There's a lot of image and appearance-based marketing in the Japanese pop music industry, and there's perhaps no clearer example of that than handshake events. Despite often not including any live musical performance, these meet and greet promotions are extremely popular with fans for giving them the chance to shake hands with their favorite artist and bask in their presence. Yet, when Universal Music Japan announced on Thursday that it'll be holding a handshake event for J-pop vocalist Otto, it was a pretty big surprise. Not because Otto isn't popular. She's the singer behind the phenomenally successful Usewa, and her songs are also the driving force behind One Piece film Red, which was a smash hit even by the lofty standards of the anime franchise. No, what makes Otto doing a handshake event surprising is that even though it's been 4 years since she made her professional debut, she's never shown her face as Otto in public. So how do you have a handshake event for a huge recording star while still keeping her identity secret? like this. So it's kind of like when the kids met Bluey, right? Like you're going to show up and be massively disappointed. During this event, Otto will be positioned inside a giant box made out of opaque material. Fans will step forward one by one and insert their forearm into a hole in one of the walls, after which Otto will clasp it and give it a shake.
So you don't even get to see her hand.
That's fucking funny. Honestly, anybody could be there. Anybody. That could be the black guy in the Bluey costume. You don't fucking know. Like, the hole appears to be surrounded by protrusions calculated to eliminate lines of sight so that fans can't peek in and catch a glimpse of Otto. Not even her hand. Also, very smart of them to put it high enough that a man couldn't stick his junk in there, right?
You underestimate me.
Well, you're taller
this
than
is Japan, of course. Yes.
All right.
Westerners have the height advantage.
You've lost, Anakin. I have the high ground, or whatever the line is. It's unclear whether or not the singer will be able to see the people she's shaking hands with, perhaps through a video relay and monitor inside the box, or if she remains as effectively blind as the fans whose hands she's shaking. She's just gonna go in there blind and shake a Shinji Cum hand, right? Like that's what's gonna happen. I guarantee we're gonna cover that article next. The handshake event is part of the promotion for Otto's upcoming second album titled Zanmu, meaning remaining dream. The album is scheduled for release on July 10th, and fans who purchase it will receive a serial number, which can be used to enter a lottery to win one of 3 prizes, including tickets to the singer's October concerts in Yokohama and personalized autograph posters. A total of 1,000 handshake tickets are up for grabs to be split between a 2-day event to be held in Tokyo in October, with the exact location to be revealed to ticket winners only at a later date. Full entry details can be found on the Universal Music Japan website. Nice. All right. I found a person in Japan who does not like AI, and her name is Yoko Takahashi. Evangelion singer cancels appearance at anime orchestra concert over the use of AI-generated artwork. Cruel Angel's Thesis singer says she can't see eye to eye with organizers of Tokyo Anime Concert Series. Now, perhaps I'm wrong, but my impression of Yoko Takahashi is that she has been riding the coattails of Cruel Angel's Thesis ever since it came out. Right? Like, she's done fuck all and just continues to sing the song. She practices it. What do we cover that? Like, we read that she practices it like 3 hours a day, every fucking day. Like, you're not a goddamn expert at it by now. It's been, 20 years, practicing this song? Fuck. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think AI is going to take away your song. Like, the MP3 has a better chance, right? The Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic is an upcoming concert series centered on orchestral renditions of iconic anime themes. The first performance is slated for July 10th at the Shibuya Sakura Hall in downtown Tokyo, and the plan was to start with a bang by including Yoko Takahashi, singer of Evangelion's unforgettable opening theme, A Cruel Angel's Thesis. However, on Wednesday, Takahashi announced through a posting on her official Twitter account that she's dropping out of the program due to its organizers' use of AI-generated artwork in the promotional artwork for the event's flyers, posters, and website. Now look, we've looked at a lot of AI. We know the telltale signs. And for us, seeing it is less about, oh, you used AI, that's cheap, and more like, this looks bad because you didn't bother to in paint and fix it or whatever. Extra fingers, all that kind of shit, right? This, to me, is not really I mean, what's the big fucking deal? Like, what's the fucking problem?
I'm not even seeing any real telltale signs that that's AI.
The only thing that if I'm grasping at straws, but the only thing that pops out to me are these white, like, exclamation boxes. They just seem like an unusual shape for them to have been deliberately put there. That's all.
I bet you they were deliberately put there. I would bet that that's added on top of the image.
Ironically, poorly cut out. I would quit over the bad use of Photoshop. Like,
the only thing that I could at all peg is the one hair in front of her eyeball. Like, that one hair is like, why would you put a hair there?
This looks really strange. This part right here.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Like, it's almost like it's kind of glasses.
Well, I think the top part is the eyebrow.
Mm-hmm.
But then yeah, that black like hair in front of her eye. That's the only thing that I could be like pegged. Maybe the hair coming off her ear. But like, this is not a horrendous.
Like,
AI
this is one of the
monstrosity.
least egregious pieces of AI artwork.
Yeah.
Something I find very interesting about AI is that when I look at images generated in AI, at first glance, they look amazing. Until you let your eye focus on any particular area. And then you realize how much the detail is just kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, I used to have this like theory I talked about where people conflate realism with detail. So, like, when I was in college and I was, studying, like animation and 3D modeling and texturing and whatnot, every once in a while, somebody would produce something that seemed significantly more realistic than what everybody else was doing. But really what it was is they probably just put the bump map parameters up too high. and so, like, at first glance, you're like, oh, it's breathtaking. The way that specular highlight is hitting that wood floor that looks like it hasn't seen water in a million years and yet is shiny as shit, right? Like, you're conflating realism with detail, right? And so a better example of this is if you saw the movie Belle in theaters and you got to see like that 4K, or better resolution of it. There are so many little dots, like blinking lights and stuff in that movie that I feel like if you watch that on 1080p, it's just a muddy mess. Like, it's gone. You lose it, right? So those blinking lights, that little bit of detail popping in here and there, tricks you into believing something is more realistic than it is, just because you see detail where oftentimes you don't see it, right? And so I think that AI has a similar problem where it throws textures over areas that your brain at first glance reads. And I'm looking over here because I'm looking at some AI artwork I've been generating, but your brain registers it as accurate until you actually look at it. It's kind of like a good example would be in movies. You see like a character opens a briefcase and it's like, oh, look how much money is in here. But if you really looked at it, it says, you know, movie prop, not legal tender or something on it. You know what I mean? Like, but at first glance, like your brain registers it. It's like, yeah, dollar bills. You know what I mean? So let's go back to this. This is her statement, quote, Yoko Takahashi's beliefs, she speaks in the third person, that's wonderful, differ from the operational attitude of the Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic concert at which she was scheduled to appear on July 10th. As an artist, she is unable to see eye to eye with the organizers. And after much difficult consideration, she is declining to take part in the event. She deeply apologizes to all those who were looking forward to seeing her and wishes to place the highest value on the feelings of anime lovers. Though not specifically mentioned in Takahashi's statement prior to her withdrawal rumors, Though not specifically mentioned in Takahashi's statement, prior to her withdrawal, rumors had begun circulating that portions of the Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic promotional artwork had been produced by generative AI. The Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic confirmed this in a statement released at the exact same time as Takahashi's, in which it apologized for the situation, though the organization denies that it knowingly or maliciously used AI-generated artwork. Oh, I gotta hear this. We are embarrassed, despite calling ourselves an anime-loving musical organization, at our lack of awareness surrounding recent issues regarding generative AI. Adding that the organization's executives committee is deeply regretful, and that it would be replacing the promotional artwork with new illustrations from commissioned human artists. Oh, this is the new artwork.
Oh, okay. Well, that's completely
different. Are you fucking kidding me? Previously, the background consisted of a composite image of 3 illustrated musicians in which the AI-generated assets were located. Really?
Because I was gonna say, like, this does not, like, those things I was pointing out were choices that are odd to me, but nothing is screaming AI about this. I would be less shocked if you told me this was a real person as opposed to a real person's art as opposed to AI art.
When I look at it, I see things that look weird, such as this hair shape that just kind of swirls into nothing. But as a person who has drawn hair lazily, I have found myself in exactly the situation where you're like, fuck it. You know, I don't. Where does this connect on the head? Who knows? You know, so I don't know. Crazy. Anyway, the day before the above statements were made, Yo Matsushita, a saxophonist and one of the organizers of Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic, posted a video to the organization's official YouTube channel discussing the chain of events that led up to Takahashi's departure. According to Matsushita, there was no initial intent to use AI-generated artwork in the concert's promotional materials. However, they were unable to secure an artist for the project, and with deadlines for the promotional materials quickly approaching, they began looking for pre-existing images that were being offered for commercial use, whereupon they found the images of instruments playing anime-style characters, which were used in the concert's first poster. Unfortunately, Matsushita says the Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic failed to notice that among the images they selected were ones tagged as AI-generated. Currently, the July 10th event is still planned to be held with pieces from anime such as Dragon Ball, One Piece, Oshi no Ko, Ranma 1/2, and The Melancholy of Haru Suzumiya to be performed. However, the Ikebukuro Anime Philharmonic says that it will be offering refunds to ticket holders who, like Takahashi, are no longer interested in attending. Wow. Incredible, the gatekeeping. Anyway,
I want to see the AI art.
Yeah, I wish I could pull it up. If you want to look for it, we can show it.
Not finding it.
Gilzino says, y'all ready to get beaten in Mario Party Jamboree, by the way? Well, we will be talking about that in a couple articles.
No.
Looks like it looks like a CD cover or an event poster. It is.
Won't be getting beaten. Just will not be buying it.
Randy says, you could never beat me in this game because I won't even play it with you. All right. So Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba stage play is now streaming on Crunchyroll. So if you are interested in seeing Japanese stage plays, you should probably watch this. I mean, I guess maybe they have the rights to this one because Sony owns Aniplex, right?
Yeah.
So that could be why this one specifically is up. But I wonder, it'd be interesting to see that more and more of these just start coming up on Crunchyroll because, you know,
God,
people start
please
watching.
no.
See, I demand the porn parodies showing up on Crunchyroll.
Yes.
Then I'll get the Crunchyroll account.
It's bad enough when it's live action, but like stage plays are just like, this is either going to be hilarious and cringe or just cringe.
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, cool. Pull it up. Send it to me in private chat.
It's there.
Hold on, I'm just getting these ready.
Not that it's easy to see, but
almost done. Oh my god. Games news, how? Dear God. Okay. All right. Got it. Oh.
These scream much more AI. Especially that bottom one. Wow. I don't know if it is, and the top one actually, but the top and bottom one both at least give me the AI vibe, unlike the other one that wasn't giving me the AI vibe.
Honestly, I'm shocked. The level of detail on the guitar, on the violin. If anyone, I would expect the drums to be the one that's fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The bottom one is probably the strongest, like the whole microphone. Like if you look at her headset, like that's kind of jank.
Seems weird.
The pattern on her shirt is kind of like her hair.
Yeah.
But even the guitar at the top there, like her hair is very reminiscent of AI. It's got the back highlight color, which is popular in AI.
Yeah.
It's got a collar. Like if you look at her collar, it's got a second collar as part of it. If you see that line just where the text starts, it kind of looks like there's a second collar.
Where the text starts?
Yeah, if you zoom into the collar on the top girl.
Oh, the top girl. Okay, I thought you were talking about this girl.
No. The middle one, the middle one might not be AI. Honestly.
Yeah. I'm just.
I don't know.
Like, is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this only has 5 strings. Wait.
Yeah, 5 is
2,
odd.
3, 4. Yeah, 5 strings. So that's unusual, right? I don't know.
For a guitar or a bass, you generally don't see 5-string.
Yeah,
guitars.
Usually it's going to be 4 or 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't play.
But yeah, so if you look at her collar there, where the red text happens, like it looks like there's a second.
It looks like it's. I think that's supposed to be her hair, but it also becomes part of the collar, and that's something AI does, where it doesn't quite like it. It gets lazy and does that thing where it just becomes something else.
Yeah, lines kind of meld together. Yeah.
So I recently installed Stable Diffusion, and I've been trying to just get the hang of it so that I can produce merch and use it for other stuff. Just generally, there's things that I'm going to be able to do with it that are going to be valuable to me. So I'm trying to learn it. And so I went through our list of merch. You know, every time we bring up that we're going to do merch, I screenshot in my rewatch what the timestamp is. I find it. I write a note to myself on a spreadsheet for what the merch idea was and like stuff like that, right? So I go through this list and I'm looking for something that would be a good example to learn from. So right now I'm currently working on something that might have become its own thing just because it's going that direction. But I was doing we joked about like committing seppuku. Footnum said something like, I will commit bukkake now instead of seppuku. And it was funny at the time. So I've been working on that. And I'm working on like this samurai girl. And one of the renditions it generated early on, her tits are fully out, but she's wearing a kimono. So it looks like she skinned a woman and is wearing her bare chest over her own body as a collar because it drew her fleshy, real tits, but then also drew the lines you would expect to see that somebody's wearing a yukata or a kimono, right? That's the kind of stuff that AI does, where it doesn't fully understand what it's pulling from in generating this versus that. So you get very unusual things that no real person would ever have actually input into a picture they're drawing. You know, similar to like characters with 80 fingers. You know what I mean? Like a real person drawing wouldn't make that decision intentionally. It happens because the AI understands, oh, well, you know, hands are very complex. So it might get the first three fingers from like the idea behind the first three fingers from one, you know, source, but then the other finger is curled under and then it adds like 2 or 3 more fingers that are kind of in that curled position because it based the continuation of the hand off of a different image where the hand was like this, but maybe it only really had room left for that one last finger because the first thing started with 3 fingers, so then it did 3 more, you know, like stuff like that. So that's how AI works. It's getting much better. It's fucking way better than it was a year ago when I was working on Stable Diffusion on my other laptop. But anyway, we'll move on from here. All right. Back to this one. All right. So in anime news, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Hashira training arc is getting extended episodes 7 and 8. So the final 2 episodes are getting theatrical screenings in Japan. So I guess is that 7 and 8 getting those the finale? So the climax is coming.
Why does it sound like a nail gun is going off? God damn it, Reese.
I mean, honestly, it could just be that I'm outside in the pod.
No, it's Reese like sniffling or sneezing or whatever.
How dare you, Reese? Don't sniff. You need to suffocate, damn it. So the 7th episode is going to be 40 minutes, and the 8th episode is going to be an hour.
Has it started airing yet? That season?
I think it starts.
Episode 7 aired today.
Yeah.
Episode 8 airs tomorrow, next week.
I got some catching up to do, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The dub hasn't come out for it yet, though.
Maybe I'll just... Not even one episode?
Nope.
Damn, they're usually only... They usually simuldub them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the first episode dubbed aired when it was in theaters. When they had the last episodes of the previous season and the first episode of this one. But they just never put it up.
So something else similar to AI that we talk about a lot is CGI, right? Original anime film, A Few Moments of Cheers, first 60 seconds have been streamed. So if you don't remember, this is the story about the guy who edits music videos after seeing a performance of his teacher who gave up on being a musician, right? And so it's kind of like Pompo the Cinephile, where it's like the production process is what's kind of being highlighted here. So you see him in like Premiere editing and all that kind of stuff. And actually, that looks like After Effects, not Premiere. The 60-second thing here, let's take a quick gander at it. CGI. Not sure how I feel about that usage.
I wish they would not do like these camera choices where they're like
where they move,
twirling the camera. You know, it just gives away that it's CG like way too quickly.
That's the irony about using CGI, right? So CGI lets you do things that you can't do otherwise, right? When they made Advent Children, the director I think it was the first film he ever directed that was full CG, realized he had the opportunity to put the camera wherever he wanted. And so when it comes to like the motorcycle chases and whatnot, he made creative decisions that are a little strange. They kind of work in the artistic medium of Advent Children, but he in the commentaries and stuff, he talked about how like he got to utilize the camera wherever he wanted. So when it comes to CGI that you're putting into anime, the purpose of inputting CGI usually is because it's a cost-saving thing. In some situations, you're going to want to use it because it allows you to do things you couldn't otherwise do, right? But because of the camera movement, the second you see this specific style, your brain knows you're not looking at hand-drawn stuff. You know what I mean? It's far too grounded. And honestly, when you do see this kind of camera movement in 2D stuff, it is abundantly obvious it was hand-drawn, and it's that much cooler when you see it.
Yeah.
Right? You're Under Arrest is one of my favorite anime of like artistically, because nearly every episode that I've seen has fully, like where the backgrounds are fully drawn in motion, right? And it's always like it's like when Sakuga scenes come into a fight scene, right? And all of a sudden it's like, shit's getting real, you know? Kind of the same thing. Like it's like a departure from the norm, and it's always really nice. So anyway, but let's kind of take a look at this. So I was talking before about the concept of we conflate realism with detail. The stylistic choices being done here kind of hit that same note, right? They're adding on the line between the shading and the non-shading, they're adding a little bit of noise so that it's not as clean of a hard edge. Because one of the other things that fucking, when you watch Appleseed, it's goddamn obvious that it's CGI, because the way it's rendered is through a cell shaded, thing where any fucking movement at all causes the shapes on the face to kind of like, shift around and stuff. And it's just fucking distracting and ugly. They're doing choices here to make that line not as egregious to the eye. And they're using harsh lighting coming off of the computer monitor and the light from his lamp there and stuff to try to give it a dynamic, artistic look with shading. But if you actually stop and look at it, it's a muddy, disgusting mess on this hair. It's actually not like better than regular anime. It's just different. And because, and this is exactly what I was talking about with CGI, because you've got these little rim lights and shit, right? Because you see that, your brain tricks you into thinking it's more realistic or whatever. Like it's a higher fidelity just because it has it, even if it's not a creative choice that actually adds something to it. You know what I mean? Just something that I've noticed, especially working in Stable Diffusion. Like the second you put in dynamic lighting into your prompt, fucking everything changes in terms of how it looks when the final version of your rendition, you know. So a problem with this, now granted, this will probably get adjusted a lot before it comes out, but we noticed a couple of weird artifacts happening here. Where, for example, right now, you can actually see her hair, the shadow or something of the hair, you can see through her skin, right? Like clear as day. So because this is a movie, right? Not a show. Yeah, theatrical release. They'll probably clean that up a little bit as time goes on, but that's an example of one of the things. It's really fucking obvious, you know. I'd be interested in watching it. Hope it comes to theaters out here. I don't know who I would see it with, but I don't know. Anyway, you guys have any more thoughts on this? So, like, this is a good example. Like,
nope, it's CGI.
No thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So
no thoughts. It's CGI.
This does not look CGI to me, or it's not as CGI. Maybe it's painted over. When you work in 3D using Blender, Blender has a tool called Grease Pencil, and Grease Pencil allows you to like draw on your 3D space. I've never used it. I'm just what I know about it. So like this is kind of a cool effect where like this is kind of like sitting off of the model a little bit, right? To highlight the edges and stuff. It's kind of a cool look. But I would watch this, if it was 2D animation or just a little bit of extra effort, like Paper Man, I think is the name of the short, has a really successful artistic style that is 2D hand-drawn line weight on top of cel-shaded 3D stuff. And it came out really, really well. That's what I often say, if you're going to copy something, you got to do it as good as the thing you're copying, or else I just wish I was watching the thing you're copying. And that's what I kind of get vibes here. Anyway, we can move on from this. We don't have to stay on it forever. But recall the Macross 7 Dynamite intro. Use CGI zoomed out. It's 3D animation, but they also have Unreal Engine. Yeah. So in addition, the original Macross, I think it was Macross, had a lot of CGI, even back when it was first being produced, to animate the missiles that had like smoke pluming out the back of them as they were, the rockets were going. And I think they drew over them with cells in order to give them a better look than like they were just sort of using it as a guide. But I think they used CGI to assist in that generative stuff too. All right, I saw this original bowling anime Turkey gets a clean sheet with key visual. Now, I don't know how to express the significance of seeing this, but it's as if the Infinity Gauntlet has come together, because a couple of years ago, Dakota Broskie said, "Okay, guys, hear me out. Bowling anime." Right? To which I said, weightlifting anime, that Olympic sport curling anime, more golf anime, etc. I'm on board for all of these. I said this in 2019. Since then, we have had How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift? Like goddamn 5 more golf shows have come out. Now we have bowling. Curling is next. Air hockey anime.
They had that one episode of Death Parade.
Yeah. All right. So, Apocalypse Bringer Mynoghra light novels get a TV anime adaptation. So the story of this is a guy with a terminal illness is in a hospital bed like most of his life, and the one thing that he has in life is that he plays an online game that he's the best in the world at, and then eventually he dies and he reincarnates in the game. So it's just another isekai. Love is Indivisible by Twins. Anime shows new trailer featuring theme songs, blah, blah. Who cares? Twins. Jun Shirosaki's love life takes a wild turn when he finds himself caught between the Jinguji twins, his childhood friends who are as different as night and day. Rumi, the older sister, pairs a boyish charm with a maiden's heart, while Naori combines girlish looks with her deep love for otaku culture. As feelings grow and confusion mounts, June must navigate this unexpected love triangle next door. Which one do you think is the otaku? Short-haired girl, long-haired girl?
Short hair.
Me too. Senpai is an Otokonoko. Anime reveals new trailer and cast additions. So, the anime is titled Senpai is an Otokonoko. In Japan, Otokonokos have guys who like to dress up as women.
I thought so. I was like, oh, that sounds scarily familiar. Oh, no.
When I was in college, I took a psychology course. And I don't remember what prompted this conversation. I think there was like one of the weeks of class, we did like sexual psychology or something. And the teacher felt compelled to let us know that the only reason cross-dressing exists is for sexual stimulation or something like that. I forgot exactly how she said it, but the idea was that it's a fetish, right? In Japan, Otokonoko is also a fetish, okay? In this story, this girl confesses her love for this girl, but this girl is actually a guy. He reveals that, takes off the wig and stuff. She is already fallen. She's pansexual, like the characters in Dragon Age. She's fallen for this person already. So just because he has a dick doesn't mean she doesn't still love him. So she starts asking the childhood friend of this guy for advice, but then the childhood friend starts to develop feelings as well. And it's a weird gay triangle, right? Where she thinks it's a girl.
No, it'd be straight, wouldn't it?
No. Because this character is in love with this character, and this character is also in love with this character.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. I wasn't looking at the picture.
You thought I was
I cannot wait for fucking Twitter and the LGBTQ to just take over this fucking anime and be like, oh, it's trans, it's speak for the trans. It's like, this is a fetish.
Exactly. So I preface that by explaining the title isn't Senpai is trans. The title is Senpai is an Otokonoko. Crunchyroll is determined. Become the real you. Senpai is an Otokonoko premieres on Crunchyroll next month. So leave it to the trans community to ruin that fetish too. They're going to appropriate it. Anyway, so the strongest position of the Demon Lord's army was a human. Anime reveals new trailer. So I just want to show you the mask that we've been seeing him holding here. Looks fucking cool. So that's kind of
he's cosplaying as Iron Zulgon.
Right.
When does this air?
July 3rd.
Oh.
where he's just locked and loaded. He's like, it's good enough for me.
I don't remember if I added that to my list.
See, even that witch chick looked kind of like Almeida a little.
Honestly, all the chicks are pretty appealing. Nobody's boy. Nobody's boy. God damn it. Can you tell I've been looking for Nobody's Boy Remy for too long on disc? A Nobody's Way Up to an Exploration Hero. Anime reveals new trailer, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is the one we've been looking at where the guy is like holding spray paint cans, right? You remember that one? And the girl has like a big lance or whatever. So I got a little bit more details on it. Here's some with the spray paint cans. So this is the girl with the big like lance or whatever. It says here, the story of the series follows Kaito Takagi, an ordinary high school student who works part-time exploring the dungeons, in quotation marks for some reason, that have appeared all over Japan. Kaito has low stats and can't even confront a goblin without having to flee for his life, so he spends his time hunting slimes. One day, he encounters an unusual golden slime that drops a rare item known as a servant card, which allows Kaito to summon a Valkyrie, a powerful battle maiden, and his luck as a low-level slime hunter begins to change. Strange. Also, I'm very put off by like the, what do you call that? Damascus steel effect on this weapon he's got. Do you know what I'm talking about? That like marbling that happens. That seems like a gimmick I don't want to have to see in the episodes. Also, plus-sized elf anime teams up with the Japan French Fries Association. We covered the Fry Wars for like 6 weeks. Do you guys remember Japan having a French Fry Association?
I don't remember it being brought up. I remember the Fry War, though.
I just can't believe this. Like, why does this exist? Plus Size Elf, an upcoming TV anime based on an ecchi comedy manga, has announced a collaboration with the Japan French Fries Association. The collaboration includes a new visual below appointing El Fuda as a support ambassador for the organization.
Oh, no.
As well as El Fuda's voice actor Ayasa Ito appearing as a guest judge at the Japan French Fries Championship. Oh my god. What do you like? What even happens at that? Do you think it's like, hey, try my French fries? I put like chilies and stuff in the oil so that they're spicy. Like, here's my In-N-Out French fry versus my Carl's Jr. waffle cup fry. Try those. Like, what? All right.
What about the shaker fries? Have you guys got the shaker fries in America yet?
Shaker fries?
What are shaker fries?
You guys don't remember? We covered it. Where you put the mix in the bag and you shake the fries at McDonald's?
I don't go to McDonald's.
I mean, I've already been doing this. I just didn't have a name for it. That's what I did with the when we saw Silent Hill, and I put the hot sauce on my on my popcorn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we covered it. They did it in Japan, and at least here in Canada, they have it now.
To be honest, we cover a lot of shit that I don't recall.
Come on, you have to have an autistic level of memory about every article we ever covered.
I do, but we're on podcast 262.
I don't want to hear excuses.
You only remember because you edit the clips for the Clips channel. All right, so it says here. So I just want to say, like, podcast magic. When we have funding, because the Cool 2T finally gets a Patreon account, and we have funding, and we go to Japan, we need to schedule it to coincide with this French fry championship so that we can partake. Okay, that's all I'm getting at. It's going to be held at the Saitama Super Arena. Fucking imagine going to the Rose Bowl to eat fucking French fries. from June 27th to the 30th, 2024. That's gonna make it hard to get back in time for anime. It will help. Ida will help the judge. Will help judge the recipe contest to be held on Saturday, June 29th. Anyway, the rest of this I think is just about new castmates and stuff. So, anyway, skipping. If my wife becomes an elementary school student, starts October 2024.
Oh boy, I can already see the Twitter ring on this one.
FBI, open up.
Right?
Yeah.
I think I saw a hentai similar to this.
Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that.
Too late. It's out there.
I'm
This
not
is a
going
guy
to
that
judge you.
admitted to watching, or well, not watching, but looking at and witnessing some Rule 34 porn of questionable age characters in diapers.
I'm not going to judge you, Green.
What?
But I'm just not going to talk to you very much anymore.
You'll just talk to me on Discord, be like, "Hey, give me the link to that."
Do you not know what I'm talking about?
Actually, no.
You said you came across Rugrat porn.
Oh. See, the entire time, the literal entire time, I'm perplexed because I'm thinking, is he talking about Green Line or me? Like, is that a direct?
You.
What are you talking about? Rugrats is just like.
Excuses now. Excuses.
When I refer to the proliferation of 90s cartoons being put on porn sites with like where they would hire random artists to draw the characters in it. The only reason I bring up Rugrats is because when I was a kid, that was my favorite show. Okay, so it's just the one that comes on top of my mind, and it is a hyperbolic statement to bring it up.
You were just always focused on the DD porn, right? You weren't focused on any of the other characters.
That's Angelica's mom, right?
No, it's Stu's mom.
Sue's wife. That's Tommy's mom.
Tommy's mom.
I'd go for Angelica's mom first off, and that's it.
Okay. Anyway, derailment over. Let's read about this. The story follows Keisuke Nijima, who lost his beloved wife Takae 10 years ago, and their daughter Mai. Okay. So that was phrased very poorly, but I think they mean the story follows Keisuke and his daughter, who lost his wife / her mom 10 years ago. They have been in a state of despair since Takae's death. One evening, an elementary school girl visits the Nijima family, claiming to be the reincarnation of Takae. At first, they don't believe her, but the girl continues to give them information that only the family knows. Keisuke and Mai soon recognize her as Takae, and the three begin to act together as a family. Yeah, so this is the thing. And again, the title of the anime is If my wife becomes an elementary school.
If is good.
If. Which
Imagine
to me is kind of like when OJ wrote a book called If I Did It. Like,
Imagine at the end of the series it's revealed that it wasn't a reincarnation, it's just a random girl.
It's just a con artist. That would be the best. It's like, this man right here, officer. All right, anyway.
Oh man, do you remember did you guys ever watch the movie Matchstick Men?
Yes, it's been a fucking
Nicolas
minute.
Cage.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. And like the
daughter,
it's his daughter.
Yeah.
But it's not really. It's like the whole time she's pretending to be his daughter, and then at the end it's like, oh, it's some random person.
Turns out she's the matchstick man the whole time. Yep. Watch party win? Is that what we're getting at?
No.
All right.
That's a rough movie to watch.
Have we watched a single Nicolas Cage movie yet? I don't think we have. He's not in Ocean's 11, right?
No.
That'd be a different movie, wouldn't it?
You should watch Kick-Ass.
It would have been called Nicolas Cage's 11 if you were in it. Let's be real. We should watch Kick-Ass. Anyway, so My Adventures with Superman #4 is going to release with an alternate cover that takes inspiration from the final volume of Dragon Ball as a tribute to Akira Toriyama. So it's going to be, oh God, what a face on her. Holy shit.
Yeah, they made her ugly. Fuck.
Look, man, I don't know if you caught the memo, but we only allow ugly women in games. Like,
her anime look is fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did to her on the manga.
She looks like she's crossed with
cartoon.
the piranha.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's very
so
angular. His ass is also non-existent there, but it's like a 90-degree angle on his ass.
I mean,
odd.
Goku's is like, slanted inward. So I don't know. Is that let's redraw him with a badonk? Like, pull this into Photoshop and just warp.
I don't need him to I'm not looking for him to have a protruding buttocks. Okay, I'm just saying. Generally, they're not 90-degree angles.
Yeah,
they're not sharp.
Oh dear God.
Maybe
Okay,
Superman's ass is sharp. I don't know.
Yep. So
It is made of steel.
Razor Man.
I'm losing it tonight. Holy shit. Okay. Anyway, so this is somewhat significant just because Toriyama was a fan of Superman, as if you couldn't tell by the retcon of Goku's backstory that starts at Dragon Ball Z, where he is Superman. Anyway, moving on from here, Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out goes on an indefinite hiatus.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so the creator recovered from the effects of COVID-19. And in a tweet, the official account for the series announced Takashi Aoshima, the creator of the series, was recovering from COVID-19. In a follow-up tweet on his personal account, he said that while he's nearly recovered physically, he's experiencing after effects and cannot find the energy to work on the series. Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out is popular with fans for its lighthearted comedy, romance, and fan service with its curvy heroine. However, that latter reason has led to criticism from Western critics who take issue with fan service and exaggerated proportions in anime. Unfortunately, this has led to threads and mean-spirited replies from Twitter users. Such as...
Good, we didn't like boobies anyways.
Gross asshole celebrating Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out, going on indefinite hiatus due to the manga recovering from COVID-19, including equivalating them to Hitler. So, Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out manga is going on indefinite hiatus due to author's COVID-19 recovery. I apologize, coronavirus. I was unfamiliar with your game. Did we just win? Thank God. Stay gone. F. Chojin. Hitler dead. Wow.
Well, yes. Let's equate a artist and an author to a psychotic psychopath.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Genocided
It's crazy.
Millions of people. Hitler
believed and treated the Jews like they were a plague on humanity, that they were like the cockroaches infesting the civilization. It's almost like the critics of this are doing that about the creator. Like,
how dare you draw big tits?
Watch Go Biden. Just say it. New erotic manga Peep by Hajimete no Gal creator. Main character believes his former childhood friend, a cute busty gal, guess his second girlfriend's a gal too, huh? Is running a secret lewd account. Oh God. To stop her, he tries to catch her during the act. But to his surprise, he finds the strict and reserved female school council member accidentally taking a piss on his face on the school roof.
Excuse me?
That took a turn.
Way the fuck off guard.
Oh man. Pee.
Oh no.
I would just call it Golden Shower of the anime.
And just when I thought fucking Mysterious Girlfriend X couldn't get worse.
Did we forget about Juden-chan? That was Golden Shower. Well, I guess it's not. That's just Piss Fetish anime. You're right. This is the first Golden Showers anime. You're right. Good job, Reese. All right, anyway. In other news, manga artist Nikiichi Tobita announced a hiatus for totally understandable, very happy reason. So the reason is Nikiichi Tobita is the mangaka behind the Elden Ring gag manga. And the hiatus is, I'm playing the Erd Tree DLC for research. Therefore, I will be taking a break from working on the manga so I can get some new material. All right. Princess
Seems like a valid reason.
Yeah, it is.
Totally.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's better.
He's
It's better
doing
than
research.
It's
It's
better
research.
than Kentaro Miura taking like 3 years off at a time just to play Dragon Quest. You know. All right,
Isn't that
Princess
Togashi?
Zelda. What?
Isn't that Togashi?
Togashi's excuse is, I literally can't stand up because my back is upside down.
But I could have sworn it was also Dragon Quest.
I don't know. Princess Zelda finally gets her own game, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Now, correction. Princess Zelda has 2 games. They're called The Wand of Gamelon and that other one, right? the CD games. Following the footsteps of Princess Peach, Princess Zelda is finally being featured in her own game with the announcement of The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom in today's Nintendo Direct presentation. This time around, it's the series protagonist Link who goes missing after a fight with Ganon, and Princess Zelda must be the hero in Echoes of Wisdom. She has the Triforce of Wisdom, right? Is that where that's coming from?
Yeah.
Generally, she does obtain the Triforce of Wisdom.
Princess Zelda meets a mysterious fairy named Oh, fuck. More fairies. Who gives her a wand for her weapon choice in the game, emphasizing the power of wisdom to solve puzzles and defeat enemies. Yeah, so Link gets sucked into a portal. It's actually really fucking funny, the trailer. Like,
yeah.
Just how deadpan it kind of is.
But I take more of that towards like because it's the
Look at this.
It's the random. You know what fucking art style this is? This is the I can't think of the name.
Link's
Awakening DX.
Link's Awakening. There we go. I could. Yeah. The deadpan of goodbye, princess.
I love that. Just like that's like me in the last level of Spy Hunter? Is that the name of the game where you have the car with like the rockets and shit?
Spy Hunter?
Is that what that was called?
I think so.
Fuck, that last level, you have a timer, and it's like I would always get the objective done. Save the world. But then you also have to escape under the time limit. Never fucking did it. That's my energy. It's just like, I fucking saved the world. I don't give a shit if I die. Just goddamn end the game. That's Link right there. You know?
Yeah. Well, go back to it. Go back to it real quick. Go back to him sinking into the on the video.
Yeah.
This has the delete my internet browsing history. But no, like a lot of people will like scream and cry about like, you know, strong female characters, but then, you know, something like this comes out and they completely ignore it because everybody's hyped as far as I've seen. Like, I know Random is going to pick this up, right?
I have seen people complaining that the right is complaining, but I have not seen the right actually complaining, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think anybody gives a shit. right? I'm actually more surprised. I haven't seen trans individuals like harping on Ocarina of Time, because Sheik and Zelda, like with the very masculine chest shape when Zelda is in the Sheik form and all that stuff. I haven't seen the hashtag trans rights.
Don't give them ideas,
I'm sure it's out
man.
there. I'm sure it's out there. Fortunately, I haven't been plagued by it. Anyway, Echoes of Wisdom.
It looks good. The new mechanic is interesting. I don't know how practical it will be.
So the mechanic is that you get to clone objects. So like she gets the ability to echo the table. So then you can put tables and climb up the tables. At one point in the game, like I don't know what that is, but there's another thing you can do. So like she's stacking the beds here, right? And apparently you can also clone enemies and they fight on your behalf or something.
Yep.
At one point in the game trailer, they show like
the menu.
This right here.
Yeah, they give you like multiple options. You can have like fucking.
Yeah, so watch this.
Several. Yeah, and her tail goes away when you do it. You've got like a limited amount of times you can do that and copy.
Oh, is that what's happening? The tail for the fairy is disappearing? Yeah. It's like fucking Minecraft physics.
That's how many active ones you can have at a time.
Yeah.
Right? Look at this.
This is the yeah.
So once you switch off, so you could deactivate them and then they would disappear, and you get the
issue with the mechanic that I have, which may not be an issue, we'll see how bad it is if there's oh man, the name's Inuma, the game director that was on the screen, on the screen earlier, came out and said like, I don't even know how many, I can't remember how many like items you can even echo because there's so many of them. So it's like, is this list going to be 150 items long and you're going to have to scroll through?
Look at the process here, like of having to select.
So I'm wondering if there's going to be like a cap where you can only remember maybe the last 20 things you've come across, and then if you learn something new, you'll have to go back and find another example of something that you've forgotten to use it again.
Yeah, I could see that being an issue.
Could be. Anyway, so one thing you got to give to Nintendo is the constant reinventing mechanics, right? It's so easy for Western game developers to make a game, build the mechanic, and then every game after that is a copy. And to the point where they outsource this to entirely different studios to make more games just as a cash grab, you know? Nintendo, like, even when they have a mega hit, like Ocarina of Time, they do Majora's Mask, and it could be basically the same thing, but they build a new mechanic into it where you become the thing you put the mask on of, and you only have 3 days, resetting, all that kind of stuff, right? Then from there, they go to Wind Waker, where it's like now everything's underwater, and you got to fucking sail. It's like, Jesus, man, like, and toon shading. Like, you had 2 wildly successful games. The temptation is to just keep going, right? But they say, no, let's do something new almost every time around, you know? And that's pretty cool. Like, that's cool to see a company that still innovates like that.
Yep.
Lady Phoenix said this a while ago, that the McShaker fries are awesome. GT Vegas says, I did watch Gundam Seed Freedom. This is the last time to hear about Sunrise as an animation studio. It's not It's now rebranded as Bandai Namco Filmworks.
Yeah, I freaking hate that.
They have a live action adaptation of this anime. It's about a mom that died and reincarnated as a girl visiting. Yeah. I think people are waiting to see if the Zelda game is any good before judging. It looked promising from what I've seen so far. Funk Gun. Hey, buddy, it's been a while. That's what I do. I do it for the money. What is that in reference to? Referring to like rehashing the same game concept over and over again because you print money with it. That's what fucking Pokemon has been doing. All right, Super Mario Party, and then when Pokemon innovates, you're like, well, wait, Gigantamax or some shit like that. You're like, fucking no, get rid of that. All right.
Speaking of not iterating on things,
they iterated here. How dare you? You get to ride a go-kart around the entire board. Super Mario Party Jamboree announced. I was excited. Random 11 says, no, won't do it.
I'm very on this one.
Fucking up to 20 players. I don't know if I said this yet. I think I did on podcast. My Switch is broken. My kids have somehow damaged the charging port. So it doesn't charge now. In fact, I don't even know where it is at the moment. But
I was gonna say, like, it should have been like when this whole thing started with the Switch, that should have still been under warranty, and you could have sent it back to Nintendo.
Maybe. It actually might be under warranty from Amazon even. I think I might have bought the extended warranty. My friend, you have given me a great idea. Yeah.
So like I know Nintendo has a service. You can have it send it in and they'll fix it for you.
Cool.
But I don't know how.
Not like I have any save data I want to transfer over, except for all my kids' Minecraft world.
if you do want to back up your save file, pay for the
SD card.
No, you can't back up the saves on an SD card.
You take the SD card out.
Is there like a cloud?
It doesn't back up the save data.
Is there a cloud
save data is only on the console. Yeah, there's a. You can back up to the cloud, but you have to pay for the NSO. So pay for NSO, and then everything will be backed up in the cloud, and then you're good. Except your Pokemon games.
I think it might not be under warranty now that I think about it, because my Nintendo Family Plan or whatever just lapsed.
That went out quite a bit. When was your son's birthday again?
April.
So it's been over a month now.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll see. We'll see. Be interesting to learn if it actually got water damage from the flood because of where it was in proximity to where the water was. It's possible, actually. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so yeah, you can do up to fucking 20 players online.
But it's in a specific mode. It's not in a. You're not playing Mario Party with them.
Oh, that sucks. Fucking 40 spaces at once. Like some of the old maps is like you're gonna lap people around. It's like there's hardly even 40 spaces on the old boards. Anyway, I'll play it.
My main concern is if you can only use the Joy-Cons for it.
Yeah, because it seemed like they were saying like some of the mini games are depending on how you angle your Joy-Con.
Yeah.
If
we could still use handheld mode and still use the Pro Controller, I'm all for it.
Dude, good.
They released a previous game, right? So far there's 2 Mario Party games for the Switch. The last one was Super Mario Party, and that one restricted you to only using the Joy-Con because of certain games require the Joy-Con.
That was the first one they put on. The last one was Superstar.
Yeah. So Superstar is the good one that I like to play, and
that's
we played on Discord and stuff.
I can't help you. I'm in the middle of something. Okay.
But Super Mario Party is the older one that is still on the Switch, but I did not like it at all. I think they changed. Ironically, they changed too much, and the changes were for the worse. That I didn't like it, and this one has the same branding as that one, calling it Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Having the
So
super with the red, green, blue, green, red, green, and then that same Mario Party font.
Yeah. So I'm erring on the side of I'm not picking this up.
All right. Well, convince me later. All right. All right. Okay. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League character artist confirms industry bias against attractive female characters. So this is what they had to say. So in response to a post about some soccer player's girlfriend or whatever, there's been a handful of times I've pitched Black women characters that look like this. Then, after 10 iterations, the concept or model comes back without a speck of the original beauty I pitched. I'm not taking, I think should be, I'm not talking about mild changes. I'm talking about pose, aura, style, softness, age, flair. I hate giving Gamergate men fuel, but it's very difficult to pitch beautiful or vain Black women in games without them coming back like grocery store aunties. There is room for both. Yikes. So I've got some things. I'm just going to take advantage of the opportunity to get them out of here now. That's right, Star Warsers. It's hunting season. Star Wars. Oh, not that. Customize your hunters. Master each playstyle and rise to the top of the leaderboards. Star Wars Hunters is a free-to-play 4v4 game coming to Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that's when I think of Star Wars, it's these angry, drawn-on eyebrow-looking things. That's it. That's Star Wars.
Yep, for sure.
Wearing the outfit that Vegeta wears before they got his color palette down in Dragon Ball, and you even have what's up?
It's the Green Ranger, Green Power Ranger,
with like the
shoulder pads,
and the vials. Little.
It's actually a mix between the Green and the Gold Ranger, or sorry, White Ranger.
They're the same person, my friend.
I know. I'm talking about the suit. Okay.
Yeah, they're only the same person in the American Power Rangers, I think.
Yeah. In the Japanese, are completely different shows.
All right. Yeah. So I really wonder what this character looked like before the 10 iterations. You know what I mean? How did we get here? So anyway, he goes on to say, met with the anecdote from an indie developer, Richmond Lee. Dude, a friend of mine, an Asian woman, was just telling me about how this happens to her when she designs Asian women for Western games. They always have her work redesigned by a Western artist to look more stereotypical, then pat themselves on the back for good representation. Yes, they also assume adding stereotypical ethno features with a blunt force is some sort of Hail Mary when a range of diversity exists even inside the diversity. So yeah, I saw this a while ago. Anti-racist Westerners really always do have the ironic tendency to draw characters of other races in their most stereotypical and offensive caricatures. Sometimes I look at modern attempts by these progressive artists and I wonder if I'm looking at 1950s/60s illustrations. Which one did a Western artist make? Right? Holy fuck. What I expect from a stylized East Asian character. Human skin tone, almond eyes. What some people think stylized East Asian characters look like. Literal lemon yellow skin, racist caricature eyes.
Well, I mean, that's you sometimes see Asian people drawing Asian characters like that. So
Funk Gun says, whenever I see Jamboree, I think you mean the Mario Party Jamboree, right?
Maybe there's some
I think of some makeshift band. Mario has like a jug, Luigi has a washboard, and Peach has a banjo.
I think he means literally the word jamboree.
Yeah. I'm not buying new games with these ugly women. I wouldn't even pirate them.
Oh no.
It's giving, look, I fixed it, but really just butchered it, right? Okay, speaking of butchering, Call of Duty has censored the rear assets on the boy's firecracker skin. So this is a side-by-side comparison.
Allowed an ass.
Say what?
You're not allowed an ass.
Yeah.
Go away. It's flat.
A side-by-side comparison of Firecracker's original and updated character models in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I mean, Superman is still not even that level, right? But okay, so this is the character from The Boys season 4, right? They're doing her hardcore dirty. And the funniest thing about this, so in video games and like animation and stuff, models are made up of polygons, typically. And the vertex weights on the polygons, the vertexes have a couple different things influencing them. So the polygonal shape on the model in the T-pose is stationary, right? You add a skeleton and you weight the joints of the skeleton to those vertices. So that, for example, when I bend my arm, there's going to be basically a gradient across here so that as I bend it, the stuff gets influenced from both this bone and this bone until it becomes like just influenced by this bone. And then when I get to the wrist, it's going to be like smoothed out there too, between the wrist and the hand. And then there'll be like a bunch of different things you can do to make it look even more realistic if you're willing to put in the time and energy with blend shapes and corrective blend shapes and all that kind of stuff. But then there's something else. The weights on those vertices are also influenced by deformers, such as jiggle deformers. And it appears that in this retcon, like adjustment of the ass, all they did was mush the polygons back down to a smaller size. They did not change the skin weighting for the deformations of the jiggle deformer. And so, because of this, hold on. Because of this, you end up with a jiggling ass with nothing to jiggle. All right, watch. Wow.
Wow.
Only a little weird.
Yeah.
So innovative.
Like, I doubt she saw it, but like, if I was the actress, I would be low key kind of offended and be like, "What'd you do to my butt?" Like,
women do not try to be ugly. Not a single woman, unless you're like a rape survivor or something and you're trying to become unappealing to avoid getting victimized or some shit like that. Healthy, non-corrupted women want to be beautiful. I would be so goddamn pissed to be a woman in the video gaming world. Anyway, I don't think we need to actually read it. However, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Japanese historical errors are continuing to surface. So I once previously talked about the development on this game probably is 7 to 10 years that it's been in the works, right? Now I wonder if it was only a year, the amount of corners they seem to have cut. It's another day, another controversy surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows. a man who is part of a historical reenactment group, much like the Civil War reenactors in the U.S., who found himself baffled after being shown artwork from Assassin's Creed Shadows that featured the name of his reenactment group. So let me show you something. So this is the reenactment group, right? They wear outfits that could have existed in the Sengoku Jidai period and all that kind of stuff, right? They have this banner. This banner says Sekigahara Rifle Corp, right? Because they're the riflemen for the reenactments and whatnot. This is their banner. This is Assassin's Creed's trailer. And you can see the banner right here. Says the exact same thing, has the same brushstrokes, legitimately might actually be this photo as a texture. Like, that's how much it's the same.
Hey, Easter egg. Yeah, copy paste.
I mean, if it was like the American Civil War and it was a sign that said die Union pigs or something like that, that would be one thing. But if the sign says George Washington's based reenactment group or something, and it says that in the fucking sign, you're like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah,
what is this? What are you reenacting? Or isn't this supposed to be the real? Am I playing a video game where the war is just a reenactment? Like, that's sort of, I mean, it's an exaggeration, but that's sort of what's going on here. So the concept art in question shows infantry units holding a flag with the Sekigahara Teppotai on it. As mentioned by the reenactor, the Sekigahara Teppotai is the name of a present-day organization and should not have existed at the time the game takes place. So yeah, again, when I said it seems as though they just Googled Japan and they're like, oh, there's a nice building. Turns out it's a Chinese pagoda, right? And all that. That's how they kind of did all their research, even though they claim they went to Japan. Seems like I hit the nail on the head. And just so that I can get rid of some extra tabs. One comment says it all. Japan, made by foreigners. Ubi, in their cynical attempt to cater to diversity, equity, and inclusion, has ironically been quite racist toward the people of Japan. They base their offensive fan fiction on. So towards the people of Japan, that they base their offensive fan fiction on. I just thought this was hilarious from The Office. I forgot about this episode when Stanley dresses up as a samurai. Also, this is a Ghost of Tsushima theme music flute performance at E3 2018. Can someone at Sony please explain why you chose not to hire a Japanese performer to wear traditional Japanese wardrobe for a Japanese game? It's a Western game, actually, but it takes place in Japan. This is extremely offensive to your Asian American consumers and blatant cultural appropriation. Please explain. White guy plays a flute. Western leftist. This is offensive to Asians. Black guy murders Japanese people to the beat of hip-hop music. Western leftist. If you oppose this, you're a racist. Furthermore, completely unrelated, just so that I can shoehorn some other shit in here. Pride in London unveils striking portraits of LGBTQ Londoners for 2024 #WeAreEverywhere campaign. Quote, this campaign confronts the increasing attacks on the queer community, particularly those who are trans and non-binary, says the CEO of Pride in London. London is so gay. We built this city. London's pride and joy. Who knew black homosexuality built the city of London? You learn something new every day. Joking aside, if I ever see this kind of cultural Marxist propaganda in Yokohama, I will destroy them. Huh. Are you paying attention yet? The agenda is real. Stop the blackwashing of European history. European people history. Wow. It's like Gemini AI, but not AI. Or at least not generative AI. And then I got to share with you something that took years off my life for the amount of cringe I did. Remember, European royalty and the Japanese samurai were black.
She was a woman of African descent, and this is well known throughout Europe. There was another guy, King Charles. Many people say that he has an African origin as well, that he has African ancestry. King Charles was referred to as the black boy growing up because he was so dark. And they have pubs over in Europe now called the Black Boy Pub or the Black Boy Inn, which refers to King Charles. There's also knowledge about King Charles being a descendant of the De Medici family. The De Medici family out of Europe, out of Italy, they're known to have that African bloodline as well. One of the De Medicis, Alessandro De Medici, who was a ruler in Italy, you look at pictures of him, this dude looks like Ryan Leslie. So you could see that African bloodline running through a lot of these people of royal descent.
That the founder of the samurai warrior, okay, in Japan, all right, was an African. We found that the founders of the ninja system was an African. In fact, in
damn,
Japan,
Yasuke did
there's
so
a saying
much.
that if you don't have a little bit of African blood, you can never truly be a samurai.
Wow, the more you know. That was flat earth conspiracy theorist levels of leaping in logic right there. Holy fuck. Now, I know we've talked a couple times about the concept of some African American individuals are so hungry for a heritage that they can be proud of. Because let's be real, if you had to look at like knights on the battlefield wearing shining armor and, you know, legends of them slaying dragons, or the samurai who are the coolest fucking warriors ever, the ninjas, right? You look at all these different things and then you're like, what's going on in Africa? Well, I don't need a time machine because nothing's changed, right? I understand, and we've talked about the concept that there is a bit of like cultural insecurity in their historical thing, but holy fuck, man. Imagine hearing the word black and just this black, like my skin. That means that's code for African. Believe it or not. In Japan, they say that you have to have black blood to be a samurai. And that, of course, is proof, Exhibit A, that the samurai were invented by Africans, right? Like that's the level of delusion we endure as a human race is just critical levels. Do you guys have any thoughts?
I mean, the same ones as previous. Like, just
Epic
like this
cringe,
is ridiculous.
Right?
Yeah.
And the irony I find here is that, like, it's so strange to me, the level of insecurity, considering the stereotype of black men in particular is mostly positive other than crime, right? Like we looked at like the dick size article that one time, and it's like, look, there's one race where you know you're not going to be judged unless you're disproportionately small according to the rumors, right? So like it's just strange to me that groups that are looked at particularly having a great sense of style, or just any number of, you know, the general stereotypes of modern African Americans especially, those people aren't content with that, or at least this guy, right, needs to convince himself, like the Black Israelites, so to speak, that, well, actually, not only was I formerly a Kang, but also I invented ninjutsu and samurai bushido, right? It's the level of cringe it induces in me is off the charts. All right, Black Myth Wukong can't stop winning. Now we can finally feel represented. said the black women, looking at Yasuke. Meanwhile, men of every race. Yes, that's literally me. The Monkey King. I've long believed this. Men don't require representation. We can identify with the struggle of the hero. We don't need to look like that hero. All right, now this isn't Black Myth Wukong. I wanted to show this last podcast, but I just didn't find a good way to fit it in with our overloaded schedule. A Souls-like ARPG. What is ARPG? Action RPG?
Action RPG.
Okay. Called Wu Chang Fallen Feathers launches in 2025. Why am I showcasing this to you? Well, actually, let me. You're on the edge of your seat. It's because the main character's hot. Wow, gorgeous, beautiful, magnificent. Oh no, the Crimson Chin. Yeah. So let me just show you a little bit of it. I'm disappointed. All the most based games are Souls ripoffs, right? And so it's like I wanna support all these games, but also I'm gonna suck ass at them. So
I actually heard that Wukong isn't actually a Souls game, like Souls-like game. Yeah, it's just a big boss beat 'em up.
Slash? Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. There's no audio.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't test the upload for. I'm just more showing you the vibe and the graphics.
I mean, that character looks straight out of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like Chinese, aesthetic in terms of like the weapons and stuff versus Japanese ones. But this looks pretty fucking cool. So I don't know. I might buy it. It looks cool. Like it legitimately looks like a fun game I'm gonna suck ass at. Anyway, anybody else got any more thoughts before I move on?
Will it have a hot woman snake head that you can jack off to?
Asking the important question.
That's a throwback to the Wukong thing we covered last podcast. I don't know. I'll let you know when I play it.
All right.
I'll let you know how successful I am at that quest. Stan says, we built this city on rock and roll. Apparently you didn't. The gay community did. Get it right. We are everywhere. It sounds like a slogan and they live. The stereotype of black men is mostly positive other than crime. AC. Yep, that's what I said. On Body Hill? What? Oh, Body Hill. Yeah. The hill. The hill of bodies. Right here. Yep. Cool. All right, let's move on. All right. Why do female characters need to look good and pretty always? Can't women just fucking exist? So they're referring to the fact that they're saying, I think we can all agree that the Lego Ayla looks way better than and prettier than the Forbidden West version. Oof.
Yeah, when the Lego one looks better, you have a problem.
Packer Girl says, woman just fucking existing here. We like playing as sexy female characters.
Yeah, speak for yourself, please. I don't associate with you. What?
I thought this was kind of interesting. I'm just kind of shoehorning it in here. 9 out of 10 2024-2025 AAA Western games now feature a strong female lead to appeal to modern audiences. Did you stop thinking about it? Only Doom and 1 or 2 more games have male characters only. That's kind of crazy, right? They are no longer excluded. They never were. In fact, they constitute the majority.
It shouldn't be strong female lead. It should be strong jawed female lead.
I mean, that's a weak jaw, though.
I mean, it's a pointy one, though.
It's mostly, yeah. That it is the crimson chin-ish. Anyway. All right, so just a round up here to knock these out so I can close them. Paradox Technics shut down within hours of Life by You being canceled. Dead by Daylight Studio Behavior Interactive cuts 95 employees, citing rise in unprecedented competition across video game industry. It's a race to the bottom, if anything. Oh no, Stellar Blade, we can't compete. Fire everyone. Sweet Baby Inc. client Avalanche Studios lays off nearly 10% of its staff and announces closure of its New York and Montreal locations. Warner Brothers Discovery is discussing shuttering Rocksteady after Sweet Baby Inc. influenced Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League disaster.
All the good talent from that company is probably already left anyway.
Yep, it's true. Square Enix shareholder questions company about Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement. Oh, it's getting interesting. So you guys will recall that Square Enix came out and said, you know what, fuck it. We're not listening to Sony anymore. We're not going to be PS exclusive. We're going to focus on quality over quantity as well, right? Well, these are good things. I like that. So Square Enix shareholder questioned the company about its business relationship with video game consulting company Sweet Baby Inc. I'm just skipping over the recap of what Sweet Baby Inc. is because we already know. The shareholder asked during a recent report, quote, I'm personally happy about the shift from quantity to quality. I hope good titles will come out in the future. I'm concerned about the Canadian consulting company Sweet Baby. Square Enix is listed as a client, but is there actually a transaction there? What kind of transaction is it? Will they continue to do so in the future? Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu responded, quote, I would like to refrain from making specific comments about individual clients. As we shift from quantity to quality, providing content that is enjoyable and safe for our consumers is also part of what makes a product fun. We will do our best as creators.
What a non-answer, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, way to say fucking nothing, right? This line of question also comes in the wake of Square Enix working with consultancy group Black Girl Gamers for the Forspoken game. Forspoken was a massive flop and resulted in Square Enix shutting down the game's developer Luminous Productions and absorbing it into Square Enix. That's it. That's the article. So he asked and they said, no comment in more words than that. Yeah, so that's dog shit. And if you thought Square Enix was, turning over a new leaf, well, join us now for our Pride live stream featuring special guests. Oh. Square Enix lost 22.1 billion yen, or 140 US million dollars. And they're still chasing that ESG money. Interesting, huh? Now, in a race for who could be the worst company in the world, leaked Nintendo of America North America is sponsoring Seattle Pride. But this isn't the only thing going woke inside of Nintendo. My sources tell me, quote, Nintendo funds and supports the internal LGBTQ group Rainbow ERG, giving company time, resources, and funds to bring in guest speakers and spread propaganda at the cafeteria. They have sponsored Pride for many years. Last year, this event had naked men riding around in front of children on bicycles. Doug Bowser, president of Nintendo, sent a message to employees cheering on the Chauvin verdict in the George Floyd case. Internally, there is growing concern that DEI is making working at Nintendo USA worse. Many are waiting for the other shoe to drop and for Nintendo to make a big product mistake to turn them into the next Bud Light. Anyway, World War III couldn't happen soon enough, right? All right. So I saw this. Game Dev Ben versus Game Devs Now, which I think is fucking funny. I don't understand the $ shirt. I got trans with the bulge shooting themselves in the head with a gun. Holy shit. The commies and stuff, right? GPA 0.5 versus 4.0, right? I can't quite figure out why games are shit now. Must be the microtransactions. Now, I saw this one too. I thought this was a really articulate take on what's going on with game developers. Kabruta said, we need game devs to be like the upper row again. Game developers then, you got to make the best out of the available hardware. It's an art you learn through hard work and dedication. Stay away from the marketing department. Games should be fun. That's what it's all about. We listen to our customers and we think like they do. Versus AAA developers now. You think our game character looks ugly? Well, we don't care. You need to pay $100 up front, then pay more to get the real content. Man, do I hate gamers. They make me sick. If you live in Ukraine, you must own a PlayStation to play a PC game because we say so.
The people in the gaming industry that are like, oh, I hate gamers.
What are you doing with your life? Right?
Yeah.
So Mark Kern said, if we want to fix AAA games, we need to replace DEI with MEI, merit, excellence, and intelligence. This is a reference to an AI company that said we formalize an important hiring policy at scale. We hire for MEI, merit, excellence, and intelligence, right? So basically meritocracy. This means we only hire the best person for the job. We seek out and demand excellence, and we unapologetically prefer people who are very smart. Nobody wants to talk about it, but DEI hires are a big reason why AAA games take longer, have more bugs, and lousier gameplay these days. The devs are worse. Quota-based hiring based on your sexual orientation or skin color is not only illegal, but promotes hiring and promotions that have nothing to do with skill. DEI equals didn't earn it. MEI equals excellence and progress. What is worse is that promotion to positions of power is now DEI based, creating an endless chain of self-congratulatory hires and promotions based on fake virtue rather than talent. OG Blizzard used to be the ultimate meritocracy. You could start in QA and end up becoming a lead. QA meaning quality assurance, which are in video games, people who just play the games, find out where bugs are and report, like, here's how I stumbled across this bug. If you want to recreate it, do these steps, that kind of thing. It took talent and hard work and consistent results, but the door was open. New Blizzard doesn't care. It cares if you wear purple hair and tweet the right things. Hiring and promotion based on skill is such a radical idea today that companies like Scale are lauded for this original concept. It's not new. It's the way we made great games before. All right, and then ending on a high note here, Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP, the remake for it, has a release date set for September.
Isn't it a remaster, not a remake?
Define the difference, I guess.
A remake is a remake. It's remade from the
ground up. So
yeah,
remaster, you thinking it's the same game but with widescreen support?
Updated graphics.
Yeah.
With just a new color paint.
Like Final Fantasy versus Final Fantasy Remake.
Well, Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't really even a remake. That's it's like a
It's
redo.
a whole experience, right? So if this is it, I mean, you're basically getting what the old game was.
Yeah,
we've covered a lot of things about it.
Honestly, I
we
enjoyed
covered
the first game, so I might pick this up.
We covered a lot of things about it regarding things like the music. They couldn't get the rights to all the songs, so some stuff is going to change or whatever. But the stuff that they lost is like, who even fucking cares about this song, kind of thing.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Because like the soundtrack is like, oh, the soundtrack list is so iconic, and it's like, really? Like,
I enjoyed the soundtrack.
Okay.
So it says that it's launching on the 25th worldwide at detail. I assume they mean retail. and on digital stores across Windows, PC, whatever, and all that stuff. LRG announced that they are picking this up.
Limited run games.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to be at like Amazon and Best Buy and that kind of thing. It might.
Fuck.
If you want a physical copy, you might be looking at
SOL.
Buying it
limited
from
run games.
Limited run games. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess you're right. It's a remaster, not a remake, because there ain't no fucking way that this is what a modern game would look like with these textures that look so disgustingly stretched and pixelated. Somebody else shared this. Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP will let players choose between violent and cartoon damage effects. I don't know if that was in the old game or not. They don't really show you much in the article here to determine what is that the cartoon effect. I'm guessing that's all we get. Okay, great. Don't know. Anyway, I'll show you this though. They did say that the number of costumes in RePOP has been significantly increased to 30. Moreover, all of the original costumes are included except for the copyrighted ones. The new costumes include Japanese-style outfits such as samurai, ninja, and kimono dresses. And the shell bikini returns.
W's, boys, W.
The tide is turning.
I just Googled it. The Google says Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP was first announced as a remake in 2022, then downgraded to a remaster because apparently that's what people actually wanted.
I mean, the graphics are dated, but not to a degree that it's unplayable. It's not like imagine they announce Resident Evil 4, or I guess not even 4. Let's say so Resident Evil 2 remake comes out. Then they announce Resident Evil 3 remake, right? But then they decide, we're just going to do a remaster instead. And the remaster is just the same game as the PlayStation 1 version, except now it has widescreen support. And that's it. That's the only change, right? That would be a much more egregious thing than these graphics.
Is RePOP coming to Switch?
Did it say?
It did say. I didn't notice what consoles.
Switch. There you go. All right, what do we have in terms of chats? Why do they keep doing this? Oh, Bruce Campbell's daughter's referring to the crimson chins. Big chins everywhere. Have they thought about the process of repelling the male gaze? They also repel the male money? Or have they thought about in the process of repelling the male gaze, they also repel the male money? Oh, wait. There are more studio layoffs. Must be a coincidence. Honestly, I want good, entertaining games. Preaching to your audience isn't entertaining. It's boring. Religious groups tried to insert their ideology into entertainment in the 80s, and it failed. Now this new woke religion is trying the same thing with their replacement religion. Yes, absolutely.
100% agree with that. The only good religious thing that I can think of was fucking VeggieTales. Like, that was the only thing that was remotely entertaining.
Well, I think the religious right particularly gets a little bit of a bad rap. I think they have made some massive missteps in various situations, but a lot of things that get attributed to the religious right as being like some oppressive, egregious thing are oftentimes like grossly distorted to make them repulsive qualities, right? So, for example, there was a artistic movement or whatever, like some artist did a thing called Piss Christ. Are you guys familiar with this?
No.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, you got me there. I'm not.
It was intended to be a. It was intended to be offensive. to Christians. That was the fucking point of it. So let me pull up the Wikipedia here. So Piss Christ is a photograph by the American artist and photographer Andres Serrano. It depicts a small plastic crucifix submerged in a small glass tank of the artist's urine. The piece was a winner of the Southeastern Center for Contemporary Arts Awards in the Visual Arts Competition, which was sponsored in part by the National Endowment for the Arts, the United States government agency that offers support and funding for artistic projects. The work generated much controversy based on assertions that it was blasphemous. Serrano said of the controversy, "I had no idea Piss Christ would get the attention it did, since I meant neither blasphemy nor offense by it. I've been Catholic all my life, so I'm a follower of Christ." X'd it out. So the left refers to this as like, you know, the right doesn't care about free speech, blah, 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 all this stuff. But actually, the big movement that was going on when this was being displayed is that because it's part of the National Endowment for the Arts, which is a United States government agency that was housing this, the thing that offended the right is that their tax dollars were being used to display this piece of artwork that was offensive. It wasn't an attempt to stop the artist from being able to make the message. It was the forced involvement of the citizens having to fund the message.
Yeah.
Right? Similar to a lot of the religious rights perspective on abortion. It's like, well, the issue I have with it is that my tax dollars are going to kill children. Right? Like, that's the problem. Like, I don't fucking care if you're going to do it. You know, I can't stop every murderer. You want to take a coat hanger and do it yourself, be my fucking guest. You know, but don't take my money and use it to fund the death of millions of kids yearly, you know? So I think that, like, it's kind of like, it's really easy to look at now when you look at the way that the media portrays Trump, right? The way that they used the footage of Shinzo Abe feeding the fish in the koi pond in Japan, and then they cut out the part where Shinzo Abe dumps the rest of the fish, dumps the rest of the food, and then cut to the part where Trump dumped the food.
Yeah.
Instead of showing the full clip that shows Shinzo Abe throwing food out and then dumping the rest, and then Trump throwing food out and dumping the rest, by
Just
cutting out
following
that
suit.
middle portion, it looks like Trump is being extremely
Idiotic.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Because it looks like Shinzo Abe is doing a ceremony of throwing food to the fishes, and Trump's is like, yeah, fuck this. Here you go, fish, right?
Yeah.
And that's how they portray it, right? Now, the reality of the situation, for anybody who actually paid attention, is obviously not that Trump was being disrespectful. But the caricature that they built of Trump was that, oh, he's brutish, he's an asshole, all these things. So then they can build up this bigger and bigger lie, and people believe it. They believe, oh, Republicans oppose this legislation for this hateful reason, right? Trump called immigrants rapists and murderers or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's the same thing with the religious right. Like, they get a bad rap because the people holding the microphone telling you what to think about them have the same agenda they currently have against Trump. It's that simple. Same thing with the Rittenhouse. You know, like, they claimed he crossed state lines. They claimed that he was there to shoot black people, even though literally none of the people he shot were black. You know, and he was actually providing medical aid to people who were protesting the George Floyd death and everything. Just absolute inversion of reality. And, you know, as Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels used to say, if you tell a lie big enough and you keep repeating it, people eventually come to believe it. So, anyway, just
Before we get too far from the Lollipop Chainsaw, I sent you a link in the private chat.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that. Good way to end this. So here is the limited run games release. So yeah, well,
Pre-orders open July 25th and close August 25th.
okay. And remind me what the controversy with limited run games is, other than the fact that they burn their fucking games.
Which controversy?
Well, why do you not want to buy the game? Is it because it's a burned game, or they price
I didn't
them
say
super
that.
high? I'm just asking. You said you weren't going to get it if it's a limited run game, didn't you?
No, I didn't say that.
Somebody did.
Somebody in the chat did.
Somebody in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember what the reason.
GT Vega.
Vega says I will not buy it from limited.
They did fire someone for liking Harry Potter because a weird person on Twitter got a Twitter mob go after her, and then they fired her because of that. Yeah, they did try and give people CDRs for it wasn't a television game. I for PC.
It was the Plumbers Don't Wear Ties.
Amico? No, that's a television thing.
We covered the Plumbers Don't Wear Ties.
What console is that though?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, yeah.
The only reason anybody knows that game exists is because of Angry Video Game Nerds video about it. Limited run games miss deadlines and cancel stuff. They also fired a chick that Eric July then hired. Oh, we'll go for her, I guess.
The chick
was
was
the 3DO.
The one. 3DO. There you go. Yeah.
3DO.
The chick was the one that she liked something on Twitter about Harry Potter, and then someone was like, "That's anti-trans. I'm gonna look at who you're following. Oh, you're following all these right-wing people like The Wire or the Daily Wire." And then they were like, "LRG, how can you have such a alt-right crazy person on your staff?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we'll fire her."
Right. And this is how it works. This is how it works. People tell the others what your position is that you don't hold in order to have control over you, because this is the same thing about the whole rant about the religious right a moment ago.
Yeah, and then they also have missed deadlines and
I still
they've
want
also
to pick it
put
up.
out.
I'm still thinking about it.
They've had some issues where they've put out a game and it's like they didn't wait for the DLC to come out, but then that's not really a big deal. Like, because a lot of people would be like, "Well, we don't have the game yet," and it's like, "Oh, okay. Well, you can either wait or you don't wait." And then if you do wait, then people will be like, "But you missed your deadline. You said it'd be here in a year." And it's like, okay, well, anyway. I personally don't hold much. I mean, the thing about firing the girl, I do kind of hold against him, and the CDR thing, but this wouldn't be a CD, so it's not a huge deal. But you will, I don't know if it's going to wide retail. You may have to buy it from LRG if you want a physical copy.
Yeah, I might have to do that because we'll buy physical bitches, but also I kind of do want to play the game. But
sometimes games go wide retail even if they get a LRG release, like the Lion King remake or port or whatever. Not remake, port of the like SNES game.
It sounds to me like what was that Kickstarter by manga? What were they called? The Kodomo no Jikan Kickstarter that manga publisher company has not fulfilled in, what are we going on, like 7 years now? And they kept getting new Kickstarters to get funds to finish the previous ones in order to get those shipped out and stuff, and they just keep doing new ones.
That's the one Footnum backed, right?
I backed it too. Yeah. I think he backed the one for the Rumiko Takahashi manga reprint or something, and I backed the Kodomo no Jikan one because stuff that will probably become a banned book eventually. You're like, well, might as well get in while it's being offered. Anyway, they take longer on their orders. Yeah. So Reese, do you want to do these, or should I do the honors tonight?
For what? Oh, I got a whole bunch of them.
Okay.
The Last Unicorn.
We covered that already.
I know.
Alright, so we got a Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury Seasons 1 and 2 bundle.
Good God.
Fucking hell.
But you're not saving anything with the bundle. So
Wait. Whoa. Okay, so it's literally the exact same thing that I just bought.
Yeah.
It's separate?
Just one SKU.
There is nothing different in
Nothing
the
different.
description? Okay.
Nothing here. 52.49 times 2 is 104.98.
Yeah.
Bundle includes season 1, season 2. However, with my handy dandy discount, 44.62 is what again?
89.22, 24.
Right.
All right. With my
1
handy
cent
dandy discount,
Whoa!
I save 1 penny.
Oh my God. Wow. It's worth it.
Funny.
It's worth it to spend $150 a year at Crunchyroll or whatever it is.
No. The discount for the membership is a lot.
Look how much.
It's just the bundle saves you an extra.
The bundle
cent.
saves me 1 penny. Like the discount is like what, 20-some bucks?
Yeah.
Almost. But yeah, I just thought it was funny that the button, just because of how like the discount works, for some reason it just cuts off a penny.
Yeah, that's funny.
I thought it was funny. All right,
At least it goes towards our favor instead of against, right?
So
that's weird because it's not like they needed to round anything.
Yeah.
I guess they do the. Oh, I guess they do the doubling beforehand and then the percentage out. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, I can see why it might happen.
All right, now to ship it in set 4. Be the Beginning Succession Season 2.
Okay.
It's kind of Blu-ray.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Like what?
Be the Beginning.
Yeah.
Season 1 had a disgusting, oversized premium edition, did it not?
Like this one? Well, not quite like this one.
But it was like is this oversized as well?
Yeah, no, this is just looks like sort of regular. Because you got
Yeah,
the regular.
this is regular. So, but I'm saying that the originally, like, it's gonna sit there next to what? Like, you're gonna put it next to the standard edition. There's the season 1 premium doesn't look.
This looks like it's a regular size too.
Didn't they have something going on with the thing where it was massive? Yeah, it's like a book that opens up that has like the discs in it or something.
A4. What's A4? What's A4?
A4 size. Yeah.
What's A4 size?
Much bigger than it's like a poster, almost like a small poster.
Isn't A4 the rough size of 8.5 by 11?
A4.
No.
Yeah.
21 by 29.
A4, 8.3 by 11.7.
Oh, this is in centimeters. That's why. Yeah. So I was right the first time. Okay, I was right the first time.
Yeah, and it was released by Shout Factory, right?
Yeah.
A4 is the European like standard letter size page.
Yeah. So that going back.
Okay, I got it. I got a picture of it. Here you go. Fuck, I knew I was right. Oh, I guess just jump back to my screen share, huh?
Where's your screen share? Oh yeah.
Right? So it's inside the fucking art book is where the discs are located.
That's so stupid.
And the art book closes and then slides into the stupid cover thing. What the fuck are they thinking trying to do a season 2 premium? Like, what the fuck? Retarded. Anyway, you can go back to yours now.
buy the standard edition and you'll save yourself.
I'm going to.
Funny thing,
I hate booklets like that.
The sad thing is, season 1 is 12 episodes. Look at the standard edition, $20. Oh, if I'm signing it. Season 2 is $42, but it's only 6 episodes. Twice the price for half the content. I mean, at least the premium edition is cheaper than. But like, this is worse than Aniplex prices for this, even with the discount.
Yeah. Okay. So JT Vegas says the reason he's not going to buy stuff from little limited run games is because they put Streets of Rage in stores first, and the people who actually pre-ordered got it last. Yeah. Don't fuck with your customers, right? Like.
Yeah.
So then there's still a chance that Lollipop Chainsaw will get a in-store release then.
Yeah.
I guess that will not be a limited run games release. You think?
Not only
it's limited run games, but they operate through the stores. So I know they have a deal with Best Buy where they
Best Buy
release
doesn't
some
even sell
things.
games anymore.
Yeah,
or they had a deal.
Oh,
with
they do.
Best
No,
Buy.
they don't sell movies. Yeah, I was just there. You're right. They do sell games.
So yeah, I'm not sure. Although he says the standard edition is at Walmart.
I think he
so.
means be the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen it there too. All right, sad news first. We got the Ghost in Shell Standalone Complex 2045 Season 1 Blu-ray Collector's Edition, coming by Anime Limited Shot Factory.
Why is this
Sub
sad
only.
news first?
Sub only. Sub only.
That's sad.
Is that because the dub is a Netflix dub?
Yeah. They didn't want to pay for the fees.
God damn it. Didn't they get back the original dub cast too?
Yep, they did.
Fucking assholes.
Netflix
The only
dub.
reason anybody would buy it is if it had the dub. Now that it doesn't have a dub, nobody's gonna buy it. Like,
Yeah, because it's
they
all
literally
fucking CGI and
they could have recouped their costs of licensing it if they would have just bought the fucking license for the dub. But now that they're not gonna make anything out of it.
Oh, I guess it's not labeled as a premium edition, but it's $71 and it's a fucking digipack too.
It is listed as a collector's edition, but yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Sorry, it's hard to see behind my monitor here.
I would have bought this if it had the dub. I hadn't watched that.
I would have considered at least buying it, but I haven't even seen it yet, and I've heard nothing but not great things about it. But yeah, that sucks. But okay, YouTube. This cover is fine. Everything is covered. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
Wait! Stop! No! What are you doing?
What?
Okay, you're good.
Can I move?
Yes.
Monster Musume is getting a re-release.
She's a snake lady. You can jerk
off. Oh, cool. I have the original release.
She's a reptile with tits. Don't worry about it. They don't work that way.
Yeah. They don't even have nipples. What are you talking about? I'm just fucking lewd about these.
And Ungo or Ungo, whatever you're supposed to say,
Ungo
is getting a re-release. And out of nowhere, no, probably. Or wait, no, I think it did. Hold on.
Okay.
I can't remember. I cannot remember. English and Japanese. Yes. It does have a dub.
And then Your Boy Kong Ming, which
came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it was not said before that it was going to be getting a premium edition, but here it is. So, yeah.
So I might pick up that version instead.
Oh, they don't even have what it comes with. It comes with like a freaking light up toaster.
I want it, but I'm not paying $150 for it. I might buy it at Anime Expo, but if they have it there early, I doubt they will though.
Would you pay $127 for it?
I might pay $80 at most.
All right, and the Evanescence Shadow season 2 is coming. Yes, I like this show. I'll be buying this one. And then Spy Classroom Complete Collection. I enjoyed it, and I'm surprised that it didn't get a dub.
I remember the girls looking really well dressed in all the articles about it that I skipped. And by well dressed, I mean the outfits fit them nicely. Satisfying wrappage of the outfits. And
she's like over here, best girl.
Wait, hold on, I can't see. Which one?
This one over here.
Oh.
Far right.
Never would have guessed. Don't know who I'd say is best girl.
Eye patch.
Maybe, I don't know. I have to watch it. Girls in the back.
Twin tails back here.
I don't know. Why can't they all be best girl? All right.
That's it.
Cool. Back to me.
I just.
All right. Anybody in the audience a WordPress expert? Because, quite frankly, I'd love to finally figure out why, when you click on Donut Commander, that product doesn't ever fucking load.
Oh, I was thinking about buying that one too.
Yeah.
Damn.
So,
have you tried making a new listing for it?
Maybe I could.
And just delete the old
I don't think I've sold any. So, like, I have a thing where it's been fucking years. Some of the products on the site you can't buy. I think I might have fixed this one already. Yeah, I think this is the one I did update. Maybe it's this one you can't buy. See how it says out of stock? This is being printed on the Gildan 2000, and the place where I source my printing from, they no longer carry that shirt. So I have to find another shirt that is this same color, and then I have to update each and every one of these because I could just make a new product and put it up there, but then I lose the data for how many sales that shirt has had. So, but for the other one, I probably could just replace it, because I don't think I sold any of this one yet. Although it's one of my favorite shirts, and I'll definitely buy one as soon as I put it back in. But yeah, I just want to figure this out because I'm going to start going a little bit more aggressive with this in the near future. And I'd like to figure out what's going on. Anyway, shameful, really. I still haven't. By the way, when I was talking about that hair swoop, this is precisely what I was thinking of. Jamie's hair, where I was just like, yeah, oh, fuck it. Right in there. I don't know. That hair goes somewhere. Anyway, you can buy the Don't Fuck Eminem shirt. I will be using AI to color it in watercolor soon. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. All right. Anyway, Frieren, Beyond Journey's End anime lives on with huge Frieren and Mimic plushie set. I mean, yes. Yes. Come on.
For $200 though?
Oh, fuck. Nah. Man. If it's at Anime Expo, okay, I'll buy it.
It died quickly.
All right. Kinnikuman
in the mouth of a mimic.
Kinnikuman Manga announces 45th anniversary exhibition with new art and an exclusive figure. Did you guys growing up have the Kinnikuman figure sets?
I never even knew of Kinnikuman for a long time. Probably until this podcast, even.
I mean, we had the Ultimate Muscle
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull up a couple of images here. This is
In the little
this is
capsule
gonna be
toys.
this is gonna be hyper nostalgic for some of you who didn't even realize what you had until it was gone. All right, let me just go ahead and save this image. Fuck, I'm.
To be clear, I don't think I ever had it, but like they were available.
They existed, yeah. My memory lane is like knocking hard right now on my door.
Are you sure that's not your kid?
Right.
Let me in.
What's for dinner? God damn it. Do I look like I'm in a kitchen?
Go ask your mother.
Seriously. Okay. All right, let me pull up some images here. Oh, of course, fuck it, fine. We're just putting one image in here because the other one saved as web peas. All right. Did you guys have these?
Fuck no.
Yeah. So
actually, I might have had one.
I'd want the hand.
I definitely had the hand and this guy on the far right that looks like a
yeah.
grid or whatever.
The far right guy is looking familiar for me.
I think I also had this guy with the knight helmet towards the left.
My
behind Shrek. Or no, Naga Shrek. Sorry, I can't see him.
My dentist had a little toy chest. That although it might not have been one of these guys because it might have been too early. I don't know. But anyway, they had a little toy chest that you'd go if you had a checkup and you were good, you'd get to pick a little toy. And I remember there being a little pink toy in there. But it might have been too early. It might have been something else. Unless they had them in the early or mid 90s, mid to late 90s.
All of the WordPress experts say don't use WordPress. I do remember the figures you can get out of a gumball machine back in the 80s. They were made of rubber, yeah. So, again, I'm just going to remind you the reason I'm bringing this up. There's an exclusive figure. Wow. Somehow cheaper and worse looking than the things that I'm pretty sure were actually erasers that I've been showing you before. Holy shit. That looks awful. And less detailed even. Fucking look at the musculature on here. Like, goddamn, these are more detailed than that. Like, anyway. All right. Pizza Hut has a Cardcaptor Sakura Pizza that I don't even know you can classify as a pizza. Look at this shit.
It's a crust ring.
A pretzel.
How do you fucking sell that and not get shot? How many calories do you think this is? 100?
When they make the pizza and they cut out all of those wedges, what do they do with the wedges?
That's got to be a separate product you could have bought. I think what it actually is it's like a snake. Like they roll, instead of like rolling the edge of the dough into the crust, I think they just roll it into a snake and make a circle.
Yeah. And then make the crisscrosses.
And they cover up the seam with this key emoji. I can't even fucking believe. Where's the ingredients? Rather than a traditional disc, the Cardcaptor Pizza is modeled after a star-like head of the Dream Staff. What's arguably even more startling than how the pizza looks, though, are its ingredients. According to Taiwan News, the outer ring of crunchy pizza dough is filled with cheese. Oh, that's weird. I can't. That's too weird for me. No cheese in my pizza. Especially not my stuffed crust. That'd just be
Stuffed
weird.
crust is amazing.
With macaroons, where the spokes of the star reach the edge.
Okay. I'm out.
The spokes themselves are stuffed with sausage and covered with mochi. And at the nexus is a dome with Japanese curry and mashed potatoes inside. Who's selling this? Domino's?
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut. I would love a mashed potato pizza, actually.
Gross.
All right. Anyway.
I remember Little Caesars sold a Batman pizza for
they did for the Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, was that what it was called? The Batman? Yeah. I had it. It was bad.
Yeah.
Did it have bats in it?
I'm just waiting for Little Caesars to get the pretzel crust back, and that's going to be practically my entire diet for the next couple months. All right. We're finally covering it because, quite frankly, it's been in my tabs since the 4th of April. Belle Delphine is selling a bizarre new product to fans following viral bathwater idea. I need to be very careful about how I read this to you guys because I want to advise you don't buy a sex doll. Tangas are cheaper. Buy a Tenga.
Use our link.
It doesn't even really look like Belle Delphine. You should just buy yourself a couple Tengas.
And just watch one.
And print out a picture of her instead.
Yeah.
It'll look more like her.
Maybe Photoshop her face on your favorite porn star.
She's already a porn star. She would be your favorite porn star at that point.
Just watch her porn. Anyway, so Belle Delphine selling bizarre new product to fans following a viral bathwater idea. The 24-year-old has revealed her latest weird business venture. Okay, I'm a little weirded out by the fact that she's 24. Because that implies that all this time she was younger than that. I guess that makes sense, though. Right? Because she specifically wasn't doing porn until recent. Okay, I guess it makes sense. Never mind. All right. After cornering the bathwater market, she is the market. Along
creating the market.
Yeah, Kyogen had even met Jacob Elordi. I don't know who the fuck those people are. Belle Delphine has gone back to the drawing board and thought up another wacky product to sell to the masses. I like how you're trying to pretend like this is somehow weird compared to the bathwater. Like the bathwater is the weird thing. We got that out of the way. This is the normal progression of selling out as an e-thought, right? Selling $3,000 sex toys. The OnlyFans star, 24, is constantly a topic of conversation on social media thanks to her eyebrow-raising antics. But her latest business proposal has really taken the biscuit. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely a market for Delphine's kooky items, as is evidenced by the millions she claims to have made out of capitalizing on creepy guys. The proof is in the pudding, and the $18,000, which landed in her bank account after. Okay, I thought that was the cost of the sex toy. Hold on. Okay, not that weird. Actually, kind of low if you think about it. $18,000, which landed in her bank account after the Gamer Girl bathwater sold out within 3 days when she flogged bottles of the stuff for $30 a pop in 2019. 2019. So she was 20? She was maybe 19 when she did that? Okay. The social media star has multiple sources of income coming in from her online exploits, but the most profitable presence she has on the internet is her OnlyFans page. She have fucking wonder why. Delphine said she made £5 million from the first ever video she uploaded to the X-rated platform. So you can hazard a guess at how good her finances probably look after nearly 4 years of selling saucy content. Honestly, like, didn't she start an OnlyFans and like not do anything lewd for the first video that made her all that money or something like that? She's a god tier troll. Like, she should be Trump's VP. Right?
I'm pretty sure she stayed away from porn for a while.
Yeah. She could not be. If she's British, she could not be his VP.
I don't think Joe
Biden has made it so that you can become like a citizen easily, right? So like
I thought you had to be native born.
That's only
for the president. You have to be native born for the presidential office. So if Trump dies, VP goes to be president. He couldn't be able to do it.
So at that point, then she'd have a problem.
In my head canon, she's the VP. Trump still hasn't announced, has he?
No, they're saying he's planning on announcing during the debate or
During
at the debate.
Fuck, man. All right. Well, I hope it's Dave Smith.
I mean, he still hasn't been nominated yet. He gets nominated on the 15th or.
I love
17th.
how like this is like the ceremony, like throwing the food to the fish in Japan thing, right? He hasn't even been nominated yet. It's like, yeah, over at the RNC dumping the.
Sorry, correction. I guess he's. I don't know what the right word is, but like he hasn't got the final thing until. I'm not American.
We all know it's going to be Trump. Trump or bust. All right. Anyway, she's made the top list of earners on the adult subscription site alongside the likes of Iggy Azalea. Don't know who that is. Mia Khalifa, Cornstar, I think. I don't know.
I just know the song Mia Khalifa.
I thought Mia Khalifa.
I don't know who the rest of these people are either. So she must be doing something right. Iggy Azalea. The name sounds familiar, but I think
it's an artist. I'm pretty sure it's an art, like a singer.
She's a singer, yeah. I know that.
But I gathered that.
Or
but
a rapper, whatever.
It appears she is still hungry for more cash, which is probably why she's gone down the controversial route of bursting onto the sex doll scene to start selling life-sized versions of herself. It's the obvious step up from selling your sullied bathwater, I suppose. Oh, somebody's a little cheesed off that they didn't get that bathwater, Olivia.
Was it sullied? We don't know that it was sullied.
We hoped. No. No. Drumming up excitement on a post on Twitter, Delphine shared an expletive-laden tweet, as well as some pretty disturbing snaps of her groping the doll, which looks exactly like her. The e-girl, who has been dubbed Queen of the Simps, said that she had made the wishes of fans who wanted to get up close and personal with her come true, almost. God, it would be such a brilliant strategy for her to sell merch that fits the doll. So that like you can, not only do you get the sucker when he buys the sex doll, but then you release, the shirts that she wears in her videos and stuff or whatever. Yeah. You can buy for the doll.
Or for panties, pairs of panties
exactly.
And stockings.
The e-girl who has been dubbed the Queen of Sims, sorry about that. She explained the customized sex toy would come wearing her own clothes and worn underwear.
Oh.
Genius. Also probably a lie. And that's the clean version. Delphine added, it's basically me, but less annoying. To buy, just message me on OnlyFans. It's not clear how much one of these replicas of the internet star are being sold for, but I'm just waiting for someone to take one for the team and inquire with her to satisfy all of our curiosity. You could have done that. Terrible journalist. Delphine also insisted that the sex doll is actually the same size as she is, but the angles in the original photo she shared make her look a lot smaller.
Imagine you're this journalist and you actually do take the dive, then you have to explain your expenses. What's this OnlyFans thing on your charges that you're trying to get?
Look, any article that gets written about Belle Delphine just prints money. So
it requires in-depth and intuitive research.
It's like putting PewDiePie in your YouTube title. The 24-year-old then revealed that the sex doll, which she has dubbed Belle Delphine, fuck, I love her. That's amazing. Will arrive at your house super inconspicuously. Not. It'll arrive to your house inside a coffin, she said. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it always does. Good luck trying to sneak that inside without anyone noticing, lads. Wow. Is this a separate article now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. It's amazing what makeup can do. I'm not saying she's ugly or anything, but she just looks very different when she's not in her persona. Honestly, just full on genius, this girl. Bravo. Coffin. I fucking want one now. Like, he's like, what did you buy? A coffin. Why? Because.
Because
oh, look what's inside! A backdrop for my podcast. North Carolina waitress says she was fired for posting video of man dining with a blow-up doll. I didn't even mean to put this right after that, but that's awesome. The doll was wearing a black slip dress and being hand-fed what appeared to be grapes.
I mean, you're just that amazing.
I'll be right back.
Don't be a loser and get a real doll. Get the Delphine over here.
So confirmed, Reese is trying to pre-order that doll that Belle Delphine made.
She's trying to make sure she has some left still. North Carolina waitress says that she was fired from her job after posting a video of a man dining with a blow-up doll on her TikTok. Tara Bjork was working at the Restoration Hardware rooftop restaurant in Charlotte on May 27th when the unusual lunch guest came in. Wow. Okay, I'm not supposed to be making TikToks at work, but this calls for it, Bjork said in the video. Mental illness comes in all shapes and sizes. This has to be a dare, right?
I mean, it's a cheaper date than taking a real person. Unless they have made him pay for 2 seats.
I work at a nice restaurant in Charlotte, and I need you guys to see what just came in the door, Bjork added, before zooming in on the man in his sex doll. The doll was wearing a black slip dress and being hand-fed what appeared to be grapes by the male diner. I lost my fantasy football league, man. Okay. Oh, shit. Apparently, he posted them, too. The TikTok was viewed over 1 million times and caught the attention of the lunch guest, who claimed it was done as punishment because he lost a fantasy football bet. He also posted his own video of the inflatable date. Wow. Glad we covered this then. Despite being all fun and games, Bjork told the Charlotte Observer that she was fired over the video. Bjork said she, quote, knew one of 2 things was going to happen when she posted the video. It would get no views and I would be fine, or it would blow up and I would be fired. These, like, both of those aren't good options, right? Like, well, I could post it and it's going to get no views and disappear to oblivion, or I get fired. Right? Like, why post it at all? The server added that she was ready for new opportunities, so it wasn't too much of a shock, thank goodness. Sort of shocked at how viral it went, though. My friend's parents were telling me they'd seen it. Wow. Anyway, let's move on. Optimus Prime caught driving a stolen car.
That's not Optimus
That's
Prime.
called sex. Right? It's... All right. Okay. We were shocked to run across the news of out of Austin, Texas, that Optimus Prime, a childhood hero of ours, was busted for car theft of all things. It's truly a sad day when your idol. So it's not just sex; it's like trafficking. Gives a new it gives a new meaning to trafficking when it's a car too. It's truly a sad day when your idols break bad and decide a life of crime is the way to go. All joking aside, a guy named Optimus Prime Blakely really was busted for driving a stolen car.
And then how old is this guy? Like, that can't be on the guy's mom. Like, that has to be his own choice. Like, he must have changed his name.
No. Dad was autistic and stuck around, and this guy's cursed for life.
But like in '85, when the show first came out, it was like, oh, I know there's a show that just came out. We're gonna name our son after. Like, he's old enough that it would have to have been like right at 80. Like, if he's born before 85 or after 85,
He's 37 years old, so it would have been like 86. 85, 86. Right?
I don't believe he's that young. He looks older.
He was busted for driving a stolen car. We have a lot of questions for this guy's mother, most of them surrounding the unusual name. The guy is 37 years old, so he was born right around the time Transformers were becoming popular. We just have never heard of anyone naming their kid Optimus, let alone Optimus Prime. One of the families that I went to church with when I was in Arizona, they named their daughter Khaleesi. Right? Like, you just know. Like, there's a ton of that shit, right? Like,
I hate the idea of like the state, the government coming and like dictating how you should parent your kids. But sometimes people stress that belief. Like,
especially because she was named when. Hold on, I got to do some math in my head real quick. My son is currently 11. So he was probably 7. Which means... When did Game of Thrones start?
The movie or the show?
It was 2011. Okay, so they had gotten through 2 seasons before naming their kid, presumably. Like, it's one thing to name your kid Khaleesi. It's another thing for that legacy to nosedive hardcore into the ground and explode, right? When that show tanked so goddamn hard in the last couple seasons.
I don't know how true it is, but there was this TikTok that I saw of someone who was reading a Reddit post, blah, blah. And then the story was this person had named their kid, they had 2 kids, 2 boys, and they named the kids after the characters from the Amazon show, but with the guy that plays the Doctor Who, and he plays like a devil character. Oh man, it's gonna escape me.
Amazon show, I don't know.
Good Omens. Yeah.
Okay.
So he plays it's him and Michael Sheen play 2 characters, Crowley and whatever, the other guy. And so they named the kids after those 2 characters. And apparently in the books, it was just the one book, and season 1 of the show adapted the entire book or whatever, and so that was it. Then season 2 came out, and it made them gay couple, and so now the kids are like named after 2 people who are in a relationship.
I just imagine like being you name your daughter Khaleesi. At what, like, imagine being named after something that growing up, every one of your friends' parents understands the reference, right? And it's like, from Game of Thrones, like, yeah, that thing. Yeah. And at what age do you finally get a chance to understand why your parents named you Khaleesi? Like, do you turn 18?
Oh.
16 maybe? In modern society?
It's not even like you can show them the start.
Right?
It's like...
Like, oh, that's the character you're named after. Like, one getting raped. Mom and Dad. Like, anyway. Let's get back to
Dad, why did you name me Yamcha?
Well, son, I'm really into cuckolding. Like, anyway. So he's born right around the time the Transformers were becoming popular. We just have never thought of, we never heard of anyone naming their kid Optimus, let alone Optimus Prime. One would think that such a heroic namesake, the guy would have risen to the challenge and tried becoming a cop or joined the military or something.
Was the cop named Megatron?
We guess it's possible after years of being teased in school because he's named after a famous Autobot leader that he just snapped and decided to be more like Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. That whole aspect of his case is far more interesting than the actual car theft, to be honest. A report from Fox 7 Austin doesn't specify what kind of car Optimus Prime was caught driving. He's suspected of stealing it, but it sounds like authorities don't have the evidence to charge him with the theft. Instead, he's been hit with a charge for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Thanks to that charge and an $8,000 bond, Optimus is reportedly still in the Travis County Jail. We assume prosecutors and police are working to gather more evidence so they can charge him with the more criminal counts. In the meantime, the rest of us can marvel at the guy's strange name and what his mother must have been thinking. You didn't even reach out? What kind of journalists are these?
Do you think he went by like Opti?
OP?
OP, yeah,
OP,
maybe.
Yeah, Optimus Prime. OP, right? I knew an OP when I was
like you can't imagine his friends put up with calling him Optimus.
Do you think his friends are just like, all right, let's roll out? Yeah. Non-stop teasing. All right. In other news, a Mississippi state trooper is fired after sending sex tape she filmed with another woman to colleagues. The ultimate betrayal. The deep fakes. Right. Good Omens. There you go. That's the name of the Amazon show. Wish I could wink and make money. Never give up on your dreams. You could be the next sex doll of the future. So a state trooper fired for sending out a sex tape featuring her and another woman to other officers is wrapped up in a legal battle with her co-star and the force that gave her the axe. Former Mississippi highway cop Ivana Williams, 36, was let go in January, and the other woman in the tape is now suing her in federal court. The petition alleges Williams sexually assaulted the unnamed woman, videotaped it, and shared the clip with the other troopers. Williams has since sued back on the grounds the alleged victim damaged her reputation and business relationships by saying she was assaulted. Don't you remember we recorded that part where we said our ages, and this is the first time we did rape role play? The other woman also claims she was told the clip would be deleted, while Williams claims her firing was not only retaliatory for complaining about a reassignment, but discrimination due to her being a woman. That's it. In an appeal, she argued male officers have done the same and claimed the decision violates rules designed to protect state employees. Wow. How many male officers had sex with other male officers and shared it around the precinct? She's definitely better looking in uniform. Holy fuck. Much of that night is a blur.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The image.
This one down here?
Yeah. What the fuck? Oh man, it disappointed from the top. I was expecting a better image.
Much of that night is a blur, the unidentified victim writes in the lawsuit. I became unusually and extremely intoxicated. The next morning, I woke up in bed without my clothes on. I was aware a sexual encounter had taken place, but had difficulty remembering any of what happened. The petition adds that while questioning the trooper about what had transpired, it was revealed to the petitioner that Williams had recorded the encounter with her phone without the petitioner's knowledge or consent. The petitioner then demanded the trooper delete the video and not share it with anyone, but the trooper allegedly had already shared it with other officers. She heard nothing else. She heard nothing else about the video until May of last year, when Williams told the victim the wife of her boyfriend at the time had discovered the video on her husband's phone or email. The wife of her boyfriend at the time.
The boyfriend was cheating on his wife.
I see. During the conversation, the suit states Williams informed the petitioner for the first time that she had transmitted the video to her boyfriend. During that same conversation, it adds, Williams revealed that at least one other individual also had possession of the video. Over the next couple of months, the alleged victim learned the video had been sent out several times and that many people were in possession of it. Others had at least seen it, and the trooper was allegedly still sharing the video on her OnlyFans. I mean, fire her for the Louis Vuitton Glock. The alleged victim at that point said she filed complaints with the Mississippi Attorney General's office and local authorities, but has been left unaware of the status of any potential investigations. The former trooper has argued the encounter was consensual and that she only shared it with one other person. The woman filing against her, meanwhile, is reportedly representing herself in the proceedings after two of her lawyers withdrew. What's the story behind that? No, you can't pay us in sex tapes. Like, that shit's already in evidence. I've seen it 5 times.
On record.
Williams, who has more than 10,000 followers on social media, has maintained she is innocent, claiming her firing for circulating the clip was retaliatory in response to her filing a grievance with DPS in January. She also said it was discriminatory due to her being a woman. Definitely, a man would not have gotten fired for having gay sex and sharing it with all the rest of the precinct. Despite 2 other troopers, Julius Hudson and Jeremy Lott, also being fired in connection to the incident. Okay, hold on. So were they the ones she shared it to? Cops, in turn, have also claimed she visited porn websites on her state-issued phone. I mean, but was it like the website she was posting it to? After Williams was named in the woman's lawsuit, she was transferred from Rankin County to Boulevard County, which she said was done without explanation.
We don't want this shit on our repertoire, on our record. Get out of here.
The move put her more than 100 miles away from her children, she argued in her January appeal, which was she was fired 6 days later. A letter from state officials now considering her appeal from back in February accused her of unprofessional conduct and misuse of state property, according to WBLT. What does WBLT stand for? Women, bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes.
Women's BLT. The bread is pink.
Williams, however, has described the conflicts as she said situation, promising to fight in court to her followers on Facebook and Instagram. Quote, I have told you all that I am innocent, and I can't wait until my day in court so I can prove my innocence. Lately in society, it's not until you're proven guilty. No, you're guilty until proven innocent. Okay. She has also claimed to have already met with investigators to give them her personal phone for forensic testing, from which they found no evidence in support of the plaintiff's claims. The claims that you fucking sent it somewhere? They got it from somewhere, right? Like, both suits are currently being considered. The other woman has sued Williams for $11 million. And the former trooper is suing for $20 million. No court dates have been set. Holy fuck.
You don't even have to send it from. You can just transfer it from your phone to your computer. Like
airdrop that shit, right? Anyway, I have an article that had the potential to either be the funniest fucking thing ever or the biggest letdown ever.
I'm prepared for the biggest letdown.
Yeah, I think it's right. Tribe leader response after his people connect to Elon Musk's Starlink internet and get hooked on porn.
I actually heard this was a fake news story.
A fake news story written by the New York Times, right?
Yeah.
The original.
No, I'm not joking. They got they like overblew the story.
I like the idea that it's just like Nick.
That's what I heard.
Nick Rekieta in like this tribal garb with like the nose thing. He's like, listen, man, I'm not an addict. Like, you know, I have a healthy relationship with the internet porn. He says while the coke is still. All right. Tribe leader responds after people connect to Elon Musk's Starlink internet and get hooked on porn. Tribe leader has taken to Instagram.
I'm not addicted to porn. I can quit anytime I want. Tribe leader's taken to Instagram and released a video responding to claims people in his remote village have become addicted to porn. Joke's on you. We were already addicted. A tribe leader released a frustrated video on Instagram to address claims his tribe is not addicted to porn after getting access to the internet. Technology can be a wondrous thing, but it does come with its drawbacks, something a remote Amazon tribe quickly learned. According to the United Nations, there are over 476 million indigenous people living in 90 countries across the world. What is the definition of indigenous then?
Natively there?
Big fuck. What?
I'm indigenous then. I was born
right. Many live in an isolated life away from the rest of civilization, but one tribe has become increasingly more connected to society after gaining access to the internet. In September of last year, the Marubo people, whose huts are scattered hundreds of miles along the Itui River deep in the Amazon rainforest, were gifted with access to Elon Musk's founded internet provider, Starlink. As you can imagine, it became immediately helpful as it allowed tribesmen and women to connect with people in the communities, in other communities far away. I'm on Facebook. I have a pen pal.
I'm doing the Twitter.
Oh, why is that so funny? Beyond that, it also proved helpful in emergency situations like getting help out to the village after venomous snake bites. However, not long after there came claims that the tribe faced quite a downside to the internet, a growing addiction to porn. A New York Times article in early June highlighted comments from one Marubo leader, Enoch Marubo, who complained young people had been using it to share X-rated videos in group chats and admitted his concerns that young members having access to things such as pornography. So hold on. Okay, so hold on. So he's actually addressing it as fake news. Writing on Instagram on June 10th, he said, "I'm here to repudiate the fake news that has been circulating around the world in the last week, alleging that the entry of the internet into our communities has resulted in addiction to pornography. These statements are unfounded, false, and only reflect a biased ideological current that disrespects our autonomy and identity." I mean, the whips and chains on your wall tell me that he also took issue with the New York Times for focusing on the negatives and argued it painted a distorted and damaging view of the people. Quote, "I want to reiterate the repudiation of all these publications of unfounded lies that appeared on the internet." Man, even the Amazonians hate journalists. He also condemned non-Indigenous or white people who attempt to dictate what is best for Indigenous communities, stating, "It hurts us, disrespects Indigenous peoples." The New York Times has defended its reporting and argued other media outlets had sensationalized the story. No, a remote Amazon tribe did not get addicted to porn. Read a follow-up headline from the newspaper later. Wow. Anyway, I don't know. It was a mixed bag. Sorry. I can't feel my feet sitting on this chair all goddamn day. Compiling articles has left me crippled. Anyway, how's everybody doing on their ReZero watch?
I am 9 episodes in.
Got nothing.
This is awkward. Yeah, I'm with Randy. Nothing yet, unfortunately.
So I have gotten to like episode 10
of season 2.
Of season 2. Yep. Hold on. There we go. Thank you. So I am making decent progress, I guess. Trying to find out how many days left I have before Anime Expo. Today's the 23rd. 7 days a week would be the 30th. And then I've got 3 more days. So 10 more days. 14 episodes. Okay. I'm ahead of schedule. Awesome. All right. Yeah. So this is a great time to end the show because it's 9 o'clock. And I like that. I like that I'm going to bed. I can't think of anything else to say. So I'm just going to give us a nice little that. And
that's
then,
always nice.
In terms of videos, the video of it. It looks nicer. There you go. All right. Have a good night, everyone.